Chicago, celebrating the Midwest. One of the things we're doing this year for the first time is recognizing not just the community, but particular people in the community, and specifically a particular role in the community. So this year we did our first community-selected Filmscape Chicago Mentorship Award. So it was put out to our social media audience, hey, nominate somebody who has given you that first chance, who has taken a chance on you, who's given you that first opportunity. I was expecting to do like round 1, submit your name. Round 2, we'll get a little bit of voting. So many people voted for this person in round 1, there was no need to do any follow-up. The number of submissions we got for this person was bananas. So, incredibly excited to announce the first annual Filmscape Chicago Mentorship Award goes to Mickey O'Sullivan. Here accepting the award on his behalf, make some absolute noise for James Dawson.
All right, sweet. Hello, everybody. My name is James. I'm accepting this on behalf of Mickey. He sent me this whole thing to read, so here we go. And I quote, "Hi, I'm not Mickey. My name is James Dawson. Mickey wishes he could be here today to hang out, celebrate, and learn with y'all, but is taking some time to help his friends get married in Tennessee. He considered a helicopter ride back, but he is just as broke as the rest of us, and helicopters are expensive. He says, thank you to Filmscape for this award and for the community that voted for me, the people in this room that he's been fortunate enough to work with and learn from, and he feels honored to be honored in a room full of people he would call mentors and friends. The type of person who reaches out to Mickey for help are the types of people who will stop at nothing to realize their potential. He's just as grateful that he could be a part of helping them get to their destination and just a little bit less battered. And to James Dawson, who is reading this today really well too, considering how many grammatical errors Mickey included, for helping him realize his potential over the last 2 years by showing up prepared to work every fucking time, rain or shine, easy day or hard day. James, I'm sure I have learned twice as much from you as you have from me. You are the epitome of what it takes to make it in this industry, and I'm grateful to call you my colleague. Yeehaw! End quote. So that's all I got, guys. Thank you again. I will make sure this gets to him. But yeah.
James Dawson. Woo! Sorry, Silas. All right, and now if everybody will help me bring to the stage for the main presentation, Tim Olson from the Chicago Film Office.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tim Olson, and I'm with the Chicago Film Office, the Department of the Cultural Affairs and Special Events. And we are the city's agency responsible for supporting Chicago's film and TV industry through permitting and city services support. So because of that, I'd like to thank Filmscape for having us here for our keynote, because that'll lead into our main topic here. We're also charged with helping grow the local industry, now the 4th largest in the U.S., along with key partners such as the Illinois Film Office and the Illinois Production Alliance. With the environmental crisis growing ever more urgent, we have the opportunity to steer the industry to greener, more sustainable practices. Sustainable practices in filmmaking is not only better for the world environment, but also cleaner for the communities that host filming, showing that the industry is not Hollywood taking over, but rather a cooperative and respectful use of public space. It is imperative that we join the global movement to transition to sustainable filmmaking. Green filmmaking practices should not be an initiative, but the standard for all filmmaking. And I'm not a public speaker and I use paper, I'm so sorry. So sustainability, excuse me. Our instinctual responses are geared towards immediate dangers, leaving us less attuned to unforeseen threats. A big term to know in this conversation is carbon emissions. The carbon dioxide released by humans that traps heat, creating global warming. Our industry releases an astronomical amount of carbon emissions. And And we're excited to empower you with the knowledge and tools our industry is integrating into its processes for climate rescue action. For reference to the fact on this slide, trees that take carbon dioxide out of the air, mix it with water, and make sugar and oxygen. Not this slide, it was another slide. Sustainability in film aims to minimize production's environmental impact on and off the screen. This involves using renewable energy, reducing waste, and employing eco-friendly materials and promoting sustainable transportation. Films can also integrate sustainability into storytelling. And for our panel discussion, I would like to welcome our panelists here with us today. We have Ellen White with EcoFixer, who's fixing one thing right now.
Technical difficulties, apologies.
Yeah. Welcome, Ellen. We also have Andrea Staley. Oh, Ellen. We also have Andrea Staley, Clean Tech Advisor, and Carolina Pose from Columbia College. And to intro us into our topic, we do have one video to show here.
Hi, I'm Kihui Kwan, and I play Marvin Gable in Love Hurts.
52A, take one!
One of the main themes of this film is actions have consequences. That's one of the reasons it was so important for us to be mindful of the actions we took on set, especially around sustainability.
My name is Cynthia Burke, and I am the eco-specialist on this NBC Universal production. We have 3 goals, actually. Waste diversion, which means that we are looking at recycling, focusing our waste management. We look at donations, doing buybacks, working with the assets department so that we keep as much out of the landfills as possible, and power usage and management.
On the soundstage, production upgraded the electric infrastructure, which allowed for us to use clean hydropower instead of large generators, which will help benefit future productions as well. We used multiple electric and hybrid vehicles. We also try to find ways to show sustainable behaviors, like riding on a bike.
It will absolutely take all of the members of our community to work together to set a new standard for sustainability.
I really commend Universal and 87 North for taking sustainability so seriously and inspiring the rest of the industry to do the same.
Oh. Great. And just so everybody knows, that's not just Universal, Netflix. Everybody really has sustainability on its mind. So that is why we're here to talk about it. My name's Ellen. I'm going to talk about sustainability coordinators. So my company, EcoFixer, what we do is making sure that sustainability is thought about every step of the way. From the start, we're hiring professionals to handle everything. Because it really demands education and training, as well as outreach and coordination, that everybody is pretty busy on set and really truly isn't able to do all of the things. So our guidance really helps them smooth, unobtrusive transition into this new wave, if you will, of filmmaking. All right. So when we're at the prep, this is where it's really key, because if you start from the beginning, it's going to just infiltrate the entire crew, camera, all of that. And so you start with the story, prep, budget, make sure you're thinking about these, make sure you're incorporating them. And then you're just making sure that all the departments are also aware of it. And that's where a coordinator comes in handy, is because we will then be talking to every single department, giving them ideas, suggestions, support to help them figure out what they can do and create a plan that we can execute. Some good things to ask during prep are, what will happen to this resource at the end? Are we just going to throw it away? Can we give it back to the community? Some other things, what is the power plan? That's a really big one, which we will get to. Very excited. All right. Now, during the shoot, as you can see, every single department, there are stuff that you can be doing. And there's great resources. So if you are not able to have an eco coordinator on set, there's Green the Bid, as well as Green Production Guide. They have awesome checklists that you can have. So if you want to be at least focusing on your department, it's a great resource to look at that. But if you are able to have the coordinator on set, what we are doing is we're dealing with the waste diversion, the compost, the recycling. As you saw out in the hallways, we're also coordinating the clean energy data, collecting it, because data is so key in knowing what our impact is. We're also making sure that there's plastic-free waters and monitoring the food safety of the leftovers, because we have all seen how much food gets wasted. It's astronomical. So we really focus on that so that your team can be focusing on their tasks at hand, and we're just there to help. And then finally, we have the crunch time, the wrap. This is where we are talking to everybody, going directly to the department and seeing, okay, before you throw that away, let's find a new home for it. For example, this set right here, they were going to rent a big, huge dumpster. And I was like, absolutely not, we're not going to do that. So I actually found a place, a little small film production company in Arlington Heights that came and took the whole entire set. So none of that had to go into the landfill, and we saved tons of money because we didn't have to rent a dumpster, because dumpsters are expensive. So that is when you're thinking about budgeting. Waste management is kind of a spot that you can incorporate sustainability. All right, now, and the final thing that we do that's really helpful is we make a sustainability report. And what a sustainability report is it talks about the wins, the losses, as well as a brief carbon footprint analysis, sometimes a full carbon footprint analysis. And why this is important is because, again, data is necessary. It's crucial to know our impact, and especially as consumers and policymakers are looking more into this and wanting to know more, it really gets you future prepared for things like, currently, there is a bill in place, hopefully it'll happen, which will have an incentive for sustainability. So you'll get a 5%, I don't know what it actually will be, some type of uplift if you're actually measuring. Because like, one thing that is missing from the Chicago area is there's not a lot of data. There's tons of data in New York, California, Atlanta, across seas. They're doing this, they're already incorporating it. So it would just be really helpful for us to know what the impact is in Chicago. How are we doing? And to be honest, like, a lot of people in Chicago are doing fantastic stuff on set. I've seen so many art departments that are really paying attention to it and donating what they can. And this is actually just a little bit of relief for them because we're there to help them. But in regards to carbon emissions, I want to just give you, we're going to show you a quick video so you have a better idea of the impact of our industry. All right. Now, next I'm going to introduce Andrea, and she's going to talk about the big way to reduce carbon, which we all know, diesel generators, all of the diesel from the transportation, that is a huge amount of carbon. So Andrea is our clean tech specialist, if you will. She's going to talk about that.
Thanks. So yeah, I'm Andrea Staley. These pictures are, I'm a production sustainability advisor mentor. Currently, I'm contracted with Netflix. These pictures are from the show Monster that we shot this winter. And on that Haddad's battery is about a 600 amp battery for Basecamp. And then you have the Moxion, which kind of is around the same amperage. And then you have these little volt stacks here. Monster was a unique project because we were out in the middle of godforsaken Illinois and farmland during like really intense temperatures and snow and ice and cold. And then once the snow and the ice went away and the cold stayed, we had frozen mud, which is a completely different way that a lot of productions would operate. So my point with that is when it comes to sustainability, every project that you work on is going to be completely different. So what we did on Monster is completely different than the shows I'm working with now. And my point with that is with this clean tech energy, I think that you need to devise a plan, a power plan. And I think right now what we see is anytime you're on any production, whether it be a commercial, whether it be an indie film, or whether it be a big budget film, you usually are just getting a generator and throwing gasoline at it and throwing money at it and putting it on and just saying, we're just going to run this. And then usually you're going to have, maybe if it's a big production, you have a generator operator who basically just goes there, cables it up, turns it on, and then you have it. Usually with the DP, if you have a lot of amperage needs, you're going to double those amperage needs, which doubles the amount of emissions that a generator is using. So I think that with that in mind, some of the productions that we're working on, it's thinking about it in a different way of dividing your power up. So in every circumstance, whether you're working in extreme cold like we're here, or whether you're working in a desert situation, you have to look at the temperature, your power needs, what you're powering, and how you're moving every day. Because if you're towing that Moxion around, it's pretty heavy. So I think that the way that we're looking at this is going to be a new way to divide up that power. Now, that Basecamp battery, so has anybody been on a big film and you walk into Basecamp and it's really loud and it smells like diesel? Have you ever been on a Basecamp that's completely silent and doesn't smell at all? It's amazing. I've actually seen in Albuquerque right now, they have Basecamps that are completely solar. It's so quiet, and it actually reduces the stress. Like you walk on and you're like, oh, I feel like things are okay. It doesn't feel as stressful because it's just not as noisy. So that being said, on Monster, we use these Basecamp batteries a lot. I got a lot of pushback because it was very cold. And for instance, the Moxion, it bricked up so fast in the cold. And when these things happen, and whenever you have new technology and it fails, everybody's like, well, see, that technology doesn't work. That's why you have to factor in what you're doing, where, and how. So any technology is going to fail if it's not in the right circumstance. The Haddad's Basecamp battery does have heating pads installed in, and so that's what makes it work. But in that case, what we would do is, obviously, we're out in the middle of the cold. This is a big show. There are heavy hitters. We can't have hair and makeup not have water working so they can't wash hair. That's a big deal. So we would start the day off in a generator, get everything up to speed, and then run it off the battery all day. We did that because that was what the temperature was demanding. If you're out in the middle of the desert, it's going to be completely different where you're dealing with heat, and so you're going to have to devise a different plan. I'm working on a show right now in Newfoundland, which is like out in the middle of nowhere where they're doing a lot of boat stuff, and it's like trying to figure out, well, okay, has anybody ever done a show with boats? Because once the boat leaves the dock, it's done. What's on the boat is on the boat. So it's a matter of figuring out, what your power needs are and charging. So another thing is on Monster, we would have a power plan of when you're going to charge the batteries, because everybody's scared that the batteries are going to lose charge, and they will lose charge. But you need to have a plan with that. So for instance, these little volt stacks, I found a home for them with catering, which is so nice. I mean, who likes to walk up to catering and smell diesel and hear it? It's terrible. It's a terrible way to eat. So as with these, they don't last all day, but they can if you have a charging plan with them. So basically, if you're able to find a way to get them charged every day so they're at the capacity that they need to work, and then swap them out if possible. If you're on location, that's not always feasible. Obviously, stage is a little bit better. But if you can find grid power, that's even better. And that's another thing, is tying into the grid at any location. If you're at a location for, let's say your base camp is sitting at a church parking lot for days on end, see if you can tie into the grid there. It's just so much more efficient. So, you know, it's just a matter of, it's a new way of thinking. And I think it's also, you know, a lot of generator operators it's new for them. It's a new thing. This is an expansion of that job. Generator operators are now going to be power managers, which who doesn't want that title? I mean, come on, I feel like everybody's fighting for that title these days. Like, you can also get a cape if you want. That's optional, but you know. But it's a matter of helping everybody. What are you doing? What's the application? I mean, also, I've been to so many sets where, with heating and cooling, how many times have you been to a tent where there's a huge generator outside for a little heater? I mean, at one point, there was a huge generator, like an old dog, just burning up fuel, right next to the bathroom trailer. And I was like, why isn't the bathroom trailer and the heater on the same generator? You have two generators side by side, just burning up fuel, putting all the CO2 in the air. This could do the same thing. So it's also a matter of departments talking to each other. If you need heating and cooling, a lot of times what people do is they go to the vendor and they say, what generator do we need? And the vendor's gonna give you whatever generator they have, and they're gonna probably give you the biggest one because they wanna make the most money. So who is there saying, this is way too much bang for our buck, let's scale this back? So it's just being mindful of that. And it's also cross departments. So with camera, making plans, what amperage will you actually need? What do you have? And if you need extra amperage, how are you gonna have a power plan in place and not just throw money at a big generator? With locations, what are you powering on set? How can we divide that up? With Crafty, with everyone, I think it's just a matter of thinking differently, and it'll take some time.
Great, thank you. Now we're going to introduce Carolina, and she's going to talk about her forage in sustainability.
Thank you. I'm Carolina Pose. I'm from Columbia College Chicago and the School of Film and Television. And we launched an initiative 2 years ago. We've learned a lot about what worked and what didn't work. So I'm here to speak a little bit about a culture change within our department to be able to kind of lead with kindness and be very aware of your impact on everything that you do, regardless of your production being very small. So my first interest on green sets came through a course that I took out of Canada. Canada is great in all their incentives and plans. So I took a Zoom class that was called Real Sets, REEL sets. And I started learning about what options were available for us and how I could implement to a minor scale in the classroom. So we launched the Green Sets Initiative, and I teach advanced production. So I teach BFA production, which is the highest level of production. We're talking about 35 to 45 students a day in every production, and we do around 12 to 17 productions a semester. So it is pretty big, and their budgets range between $3,500 all the way to 10 grand per film. So we have some flexibility, and there was waste. We could see it every day. So I decided to do a little bit more research after taking this course, and I learned about the Green Film School Alliance, and I joined the Alliance. So if there are any film students here that are not involved in our program, that would be something that you may consider trying to advocate within your own departments to see how you can do things a little bit greener. It doesn't require a lot of work if you have the knowledge and the interest and care for it. Let's do it a little bit better together. And that's kind of what the attitude with the school. So the Green Film School Alliance, just for those of you who do not know, there is something called, and Ellen mentioned, the Green Production Alliance. And they started in, I want to say, 2022, 2021, and it came out of film schools like the American Film Institute and others in California. Then they expanded with the East Coast in schools in NYU and so forth. The Midwest was abandoned, and Columbia College was the first one to join the alliance. So we learn what are the best practices. To be in part of the alliance does not require any money, just your time. They share with you a ton of resources, including the checklist, which I'll talk in a second. And that's kind of the basis of what is it that we can do together, little by little, because again, it's a culture change. It has to be an afterthought that you're recycling. It should not be an effort in a way. And I think we're not there yet, but we are seeing changes. And I think with the young generation, with you in the classroom, students, you practice these things as an afterthought sometimes. So sets are a workplace. Do it in the workplace, the same things that you do, and you can always do better and better. So that was kind of the attitude of implementing this initiative. And so I joined this alliance, and I was a little bit like, oh my God, there's so much to do. Where do I begin? This is so intimidating. I have no idea about the calculator. How am I going to do all of that? But after I started talking with other faculty, there's so many film schools now that have joined the alliance. And so you meet every quarter. You sit in a 2-hour Zoom meeting. You call in student ambassadors that work with students from other film schools from around the world, and you share resources together and stories together of what worked and what didn't work. What works at Columbia College may not work at AFI. It's a different kind of school, the size, the number of productions we do, things like that. So I learned about what we could do that could be tangible and could be effective on a small level. And so we created this initiative. And we did a checklist that, based on my experience teaching on advanced productions, we could tell this is something that we can target. So we divided into 4 different departments. Production is the one that has the highest checks to mark. Then you have art department, you have G&E, and then the last one I can think of, development, obviously, storytelling. So a lot of the students create green stories or eco stories without really knowing it, right? Sometimes, and character development. It happens already, and I think that's a good sign, right? That this is just their behavior. So those are the 4 areas that I decided to focus on. The first year, I made it voluntary. I said, here's a checklist. If you guys want to do it, it's great. You're going, whatever you can do is great. It was not as effective. The second, because people were lazy. Like, why recycle? It's going to take more work, or it's going to need more money, or things like that. So the second year, I decided to make the change and make it mandatory. And although the students, and these are the advanced productions and also the intermediate productions. So we made the sustainability coordinator mandatory. And it's a PA. Instead of being a PA, now you're going to share that job with a sustainability coordinator. You're going to meet with your AD and your line producer. Have a plan of how you're going to implement these checklists. Go through it together. When your safety meetings, right in the morning, when you begin shooting, remind everybody that this is a green set, that this is where you recycle, this is where you compost. These are the things you need to remember. Again, it's a culture change. So that started to pick up speed, and now the MFA students started using it for their thesis projects. And little by little, I'm saying, I don't expect you to check everything on the checklist, but if you do 10 or 15 of those, it's better than none. So that's always, it's a little bit of a challenge, but it got better and better, again, with culture change. So that's what we are doing right now. I think we're getting better at it. We do have some challenges, obviously, generator, the truck. There's limitations. Obviously, the budgets of the students, sometimes it's not give them, as much as if they wanted to, like what Andrea was talking about. It would be great to be able to afford that. We're not there yet. But regardless, little habits, like the water bottle. we ask the cast and the crew to bring their own water bottle, so we don't waste money on empty bottles that are super toxic and also wasteful for your budget. So if you're spending $150 on water, that $150 can go in your screen, and you save a ton of money that way. So the logic behind it, you care about the environment or not, the attitude is also just be smart about where your money goes. And so we're very proud of this new initiative. It's still in baby steps. We learn every semester some new things of doing, how we can do things better. But even on the call sheet, now you have a sustainability coordinator mandatory on the call sheet. The title of the project is on green font to let everybody know this is a green set, and these are the basic rules that you should be aware of. And people go with the flow, It impacts everything, and it makes things easier and better. It really does. So anyway.
Yeah, that's amazing. And what they're doing is really setting them up for working with the major studios, because that is what they're doing, So I applaud you for taking that initiative when in the mess. I know it's hard to take that step and be like, no, we're doing this. So yes to that. I wanted to really quick before we jump into jump into the Q&As, mention some benefits of this. In addition to cost savings, there are also a lot of ways it's a great marketing value. Obviously, that film, there's many of those. You can go find one from Wicked. There's all of these other ones that are on there. But there's also sustainability awards. There's an organization, EMA, Environmental Media Association, that gives out green and gold seals for sustainable productions. And what's really cool about that, how many of here are students? Great. Just so you know, if you have a film, what is exciting is you don't have to pay for the application fee. So that's a way to really, and that's something too that you can say, see, look, I have a gold seal. I have an Emma gold seal. So that's gonna really shine for you. So I just wanted to add that, but let's go ahead and move on to the Q&A. We're gonna have these here just so you can read some action steps that you can take as you leave.
Hello, hi. I'm Jenny, and I just have a couple, it's Chicago specific, but it's a two-part question. So first of all, as more virtual production comes here, I'm wondering if you've seen any trends as far as what that impact has on sustainability. And then the other part of it is, Chicago doesn't have any prop warehouses, and I heard that is something, that larger productions utilize. And is that something that we could bring to Chicago, which would also positively impact sustainability, or is that a trick? Is that just in my brain that would help?
I will address the virtual production portion of it. Just so you know, virtual production is fantastic for sustainability. I know that there's a lot of power to it to actually put it up, but it massively reduces the carbon footprint because you don't have all the trucks, you don't have as many crews, so you're not having to pay all the crew. You're also not going, if it's an outdoor thing, you're not going and destroying the land and then having to repair it, because that's something too, you got to be regenerative. So if you're going in and getting all of these vehicle trails, you're making sure that you're taking care of the nature and the environment. So that's, as far as virtual production goes, it's amazing, and I highly recommend. I know that there's benefits to being outside, but it's also just more friendly for the community too, because we're not going and disturbing their peaceful neighborhoods. And then, do you want to discuss props?
Sure.
Yeah.
But I totally agree with you about everything you just said. It's also a controlled environment. So if you do something on not on location, it just makes it so much easier to be able to know what power you're going to need, and then not have light delays or wind delays or anything like that, or making the neighbors mad because they can't park their cars. But the props, we have a few prop houses in Chicago. We have Probabilities, I think Zaps, and ISS. ISS isn't here in Chicago. But I know we also, on a lot of productions, especially if it's the same studio, Netflix is being really good about, once a show is wrapped, then we contact the other shows to say, hey, what do you need? Do you want to buy some of these things? It's also good, one thing about props is that knowing what your plan is, again, having that prep. But yeah, there are a few here in Chicago. And I know that some of the bigger shows, like the Chicago shows, have, I think they have Lockup at CineSpace, where they have a lot of set deck prop stuff.
They do, yeah. Yeah. But agree, like knowing that those resources is also super helpful of like, hey, because renting is truly the greenest thing that you can do, because you're not putting one more thing into the environment.
All right. Hello. Sorry about that. We've kind of, or more specifically you, kind of went over a lot of how all the sustainability and all of the efforts to reduce carbon emissions relates to larger sets. But seeing how, especially in Chicago, there's a lot of emphasis on smaller independent productions, usually, it could be as little as like 2 to 5 people, be it student or be it just a group of friends wanting to make a film. How do you would say all of the sustainability practices could best translate to a much smaller production?
What's great about tiny, small, independent films is you naturally have so much sustainability baked in because, you're working on a dime. You have to, scrimp and scramp and borrow, So, you have kind of a heads up on, a leap ahead of others. But there are other things like no plastic on your sets, no plastic water bottles, obviously, is a big one. But you can also go to Green Production Guide and see all of those checklists and figure out what you can do, what is in your budget. Recycle is a really easy, approachable, free in Chicago if you're able to. There's also food composting. There's some food drop-offs that you can do that is completely free here in Chicago. Granted, it's just all you can put is food scraps, but still, that is still something. And if you do have leftover food, which I imagine there's not usually a lot of leftover food, but if there is, donating it to charity and donating anything that's at the end. Just the idea is just being mindful of what we're doing and okay, how can we, what we are doing is creating art, so how can we do it and not be destructive? And the scrappiness of independent films really requires community and collaboration. So that's really, I hope that helped answer that question.
If I can add to your point. The Green Production Guide there's a lot of resources there that maybe you feel like this is too much for me to do, but you don't feel the obligation of having to do all of it. Just pick whatever you think it's doable and effective within your means, and that will be your first step. So I highly recommend to start there. That's where we started, and it really helped us. So we made adjustments to our checklist based on our needs. You just do the same thing. What is tangible that you can complete? And then have somebody as a sustainability coordinator. I'm a huge advocate of just looking into some of our students that are coming out of, knowledge with these bases in our productions. They will work directly on independent films in a heartbeat because they've already had that experience. So this list is being created, and I'll work with Ellen to be able to create more and more names so that you have a longer list.
Hello. In terms of recycling, personally, I love rinsing out my containers really thoroughly and everything like that before I put them in my recycling in my apartment building. But then I go down the next day and someone's put a TV or an office chair into the recycling bin. So I'm curious, when you go to all these efforts like this on a larger set, are you working with a recycling company that's bringing just your stuff directly to their center for processing? Or is it possibly being contaminated with someone else who doesn't care as much? Obviously, for a smaller set, that's a larger challenge, but I was wondering if you could talk about that.
Yeah, so I typically hire a company, a waste hauler, to come pick up the recycling and the compost, and I pick a vendor. That part of that too is like finding vendors and materials that are aligned with your values, and I make sure that it's a vendor that I know is going to recycle it. And we also, again, like you said, rinse things if they're super dirty, try to make sure that there's not contamination. I want to address the electronics in there, just so everybody is aware. Please do not put your electronics in the recycling or the landfill. It's actually illegal. But there's amazing resources out there to recycle them. But I do feel your frustration when you go to recycle and you see that. If they're bigger items, the companies will usually pull them out. They have great sorting. Like I've been to at least LRS, and they have a huge sorting process that includes machines and so many people that are physically picking everything to make sure it's all being recycled. So, and then they sell that material. So that's their incentive to like make sure they're recovering as much as possible.
I agree. It's all about your vendors. We have different waste sorters that will process recyclables, and then compost vendors. Like in New York, there's a lot of compost vendors, and that's a specific receptacle set up on set and in a production office that sorts it itself, and then either they pick it up and deliver it to a chicken farm.
I love that.
Yeah. Or we take it to them. So it's all about setting up your vendors and then making clear-cut signs. Because on set, everybody is running on fumes, and they're gonna throw their pop cans, as we like to say in the Midwest, and wherever they want to go. So it's just about creating clear signs and maybe having somebody there to direct everyone and get those habits formed.
And advocating and helping people. Just sharing, oh, hey, just so you know, that doesn't go there, it goes here. I'll help you out. You know, just being, I think we have to be very kind and approachable to this. And if you help somebody that actually like engages them and they want to, oh, okay, they want to know a little bit more about it. So that's.
Hi, my name is Ying, and I am a Columbia student. So I already learned about the green set from Carolina, and it is very helpful. And I also worked in other schools student set as well, and I was trying to emphasize on the recycling and the green set kind of things, but their students seems not very interested in it because their professor never mentioned about that. So I want to know, like, how do I deal with this situation? Thank you.
Yeah, it definitely is a collective effort, and one big thing is just advocate, letting your higher ups know this is something that's really important to me, because it is, it's kind of like if the producers are into it, but the crew's not, it's not gonna work. If you have a producer that's able to lead and get the crew on board, that's where it's gonna work. And vice versa. If you have a crew that's like really gung-ho and just not saying anything, then it's not gonna happen. But if like crew collectively is like, this is important to us, we need this to be happening, the producer, it's just like this give and take of trying to get everybody on board. And I get you, it's, sometimes you just gotta do what you can do on your part, and sometimes they see what you're doing, and hopefully it will trickle on.
It will not hurt to make the suggestion to the producer and the AD. As soon as you have an opportunity, throw the idea. Like, I have experience with green sets. How do you feel about trying to do some of it, implementing some of these ideas in another student production? You have the means, you have the knowledge, you're helping them, you're leading with kindness, all of that helps. So it doesn't throw, you may not get it exactly as you wanted, but don't hesitate to bring it up, because that's how we spread the word and help people out.
That actually leads me to a question. Who are we seeing is driving the green initiative on a particular set? Are we seeing these from individuals who are wanting to make these active choices, or are we seeing these as initiatives from corporate down?
It really depends. Sometimes, I mean, with Netflix, we have a whole fuel reduction allowance that is a budget separate from the project's budget that Netflix will pay for any green initiative overage that you would pay outside of it. So it promotes producers to be able to use, they'll pay for the batteries. If you have a solar trailer, they're not going to pay for the trailer, they're going to pay for the overage of the solar on it. They're not going to pay for the fuel, but they'll pay for hybrid cars, the rental of those cars, which is going to take that out of your budget. So with that in mind, producers love that. If it's coming from the producer, absolutely. Also, if it's coming from number 1 on a call sheet, which happens a lot, or even number 2 on the call sheet, which I have a film right now and they're pushing, that's a big deal, and they see it. And they are big voices. Everybody's going to go with what they want to say. Also, it does come sometimes from the crew. If you have department heads who are really wanting to be sustainable, which actually set deck and art are usually the first ones to be like, where can we donate all this stuff? Because we see everything. And then catering also. I mean, I donated every single lunch. Every day was donated to the homeless on Monster, out in the middle of nowhere. And catering was all on board. They don't like throwing away this food. So, in that respect, if somebody is giving you pushback, you don't want to, you're not going to be able to convince them with vinegar. That's just never going to happen. So it's kind of like, maybe point out like, look at this large pile of garbage. Isn't it ugly? Or I mean, exactly. Or what Netflix, their log line, I guess, is we want to tell stories to the world, but we need a world to tell stories to. Woo! So, I mean, it's kind of where we're at.
And to point out the first on the call sheet, this is also another way to get higher talent because they're wanting to work in these kinds of environments. So I believe you had a question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Next. Yeah.
So I've been working on sets for quite a few years now, but a few years ago I transitioned to post-production. And you guys talked a lot about, on set and even some pre-production stuff, but not as much as post. For example, I know a lot of smaller sets. Most of the sets I work on actually is just 1 or 2 people in post. But right now I'm working on one with 3 visual effects artists, a colorist, a couple of editors, and they're all spread around the country. What are some sustainability practices you have for the post-production side?
So some things, so you're obviously in an office environment, so it'll be very similar to what you would do in an office environment, making sure that trying to go digital with everything. No, don't print stuff. Try to have recycling and compost in your kitchen area. Another big thing is hard drives, trying to reuse hard drives. I know that's not always in your power, but if it is possible, reusing those hard drives and using LTO tapes is really helpful. So that's a bit, and that post-production is a growing thing that they're starting to really more incorporate. And if you go to Green Production Guide, they actually have a whole checklist for post-production and actually it's Green the Bit, I apologize. Green the Bit has a whole section on post-production specifically, so that's cool. Great question.
Okay, so I went to Columbia College, and so what you're saying, I worked on many MFA sets and BFA sets, and I'm a mixer. Originally from Seattle, and moving here to the Midwest, it was a really stark difference in how we value recycling, composting, and I mean, I grew up on this stuff, reuse and recycle, and so I'm really happy that the Green Initiative is happening on sets because I always bring my own water bottle. I'm always looking for a place to fill it up. I have to pour a water bottle inside of another water bottle. I don't know. I feel so weird. So I also am, I don't like food waste either, and so much of that goes to waste. I'm curious, with Crafty and all that, well, there's so many bags of chips and bags of this and bags of that. How do you mindfully think about how to feed your crew, sustainably?
Are you speaking from the catering perspective?
Yes,
or
catering. Yeah, catering and Crafty, and kind of how.
Okay.
Do you guys kind of focus on working with who's in your community, kind of like an impact producer type of,
That's
which I
essentially,
learned.
yeah,
Exactly.
The eco coordinator does that. That's part of their job, is to be making sure that the food safety is there, so it's not going bad, and we're getting it refrigerated ASAP, so that we can then deliver it to the community. We're also making sure that we're trying to reduce beef, which is real hard here. So I'm like, let's baby steps. But even trying to default veg, making veggie dishes the star of it all. And in regards to crafty, I've seen some amazing sustainable crafty setups that are all just like individual things that because the snack wrappers of it all is just a lot. So there are ways to do that. And then just finding the nice thing is like if you are on a set and you don't have an eco-coordinator, a good company to reach out to is Rescuing Leftover Cuisine. They are really awesome. What they do is they come pick up the donations and take it to a charity that's directly in the neighborhood that you're affecting, which I love because that's less carbon and also giving back to the communities.
There's Rock and Wrap It Up too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll do the same thing. And when it comes to crafty, there's so many. That's a tough one because, especially post-COVID, everything is individually wrapped, and it kind of has to be individually wrapped because people will put their grubby hands in there, and that's kind of gross. But there are ways to get around that, and I have seen some too, where crafty will set certain things up and then have tongs. And hopefully people will,
tongs and compostable containers that they can put it in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I think I see that as a full mindset shift. As I've seen best practices with craft service. It's not individually wrapped. It's in baskets. You've got the tongs. You've got all that. But then you have a couple company moves in a day. It all gets thrown out the window. Then you're just throwing out the boxes of the prepackaged and all that. And it's the mind shift of I'm going to do it as long as I can. But when this machine is moving faster than I can keep up, I'm going to break down to my basic instinct of let's just have box snacks. So I see it as we move forward, as we shift our mindset, that will no longer be the default to back up into these individually wrapped. It will be everybody's mindset of we have to have enough time for crafty to set up. And hopefully that's the shift.
I also suggest try like the last day. If you have multi-day shoot, so some student projects may just shoot one day, and so you just have the limitations of that. But if you have a 3 or 4 day shoot, the last day, make it no cow products. Make it no snacks like that, but healthier snacks. Nobody will complain after that because it's your last day. And it works. But at the same time, they want, they got what they wanted, what they liked the other 2 days, and you're slowly changing a culture that they don't miss it as they think they miss it. They only eat it because it's there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so you can be really creative in the way that you can kind of turn the culture a little bit.
One more thing. This is happening. I can't believe this is. I always wondered if this was going to happen, and it's happening on a show. I have a show that they're using dishes, and they have people doing the dishes. And I always thought it would be a really funny joke to be like, I work in the film industry. What do? I do the dishes. But I think that's something that should be integrated. It's, it's another crew member, which I'm all about. Get another crew member, pay another person. Yes, you have to have a dishwasher. That's something that then you have to have power for. So you have to figure out your reduction. You have to do the math. But if you do the math and you don't, do you have any idea how much gets thrown away? Yes, the food gets thrown away, but the plates themselves. And I was just thinking, what does the military do? Are they using, do they have like a mess tent? Are they doing, because that's another mobile thing where I'm thinking, why aren't we doing the dishes? It's completely possible.
That's a brilliant question because a lot of this new technology that we have, and I learned that a lot of like the big power stuff that we have, because our industry requires so much energy, a lot of it originates from the military. They find military equipment and then put it on. So that's a great place to like look into and figure out. Yeah.
So this is a great idea. I shot a film in Kansas. I produced it, and we lived in a farm for 2 weeks, and we went green all the way. A lot of the people of the cast and the crew had never done it before. We did a training. We did the dishes, but we also, our gift to the cast and the crew was a set of bamboo forks and knives, and everybody used it. Everybody cleaned it. They put it in their bag. We did not use one plastic fork at all. The waste was so minimal. So again, there's resources out there. You can do it if you think where, yeah. It was
By the way,
like
the food truck has compostable
and chopstick
cutlery, so make sure to put those in the green bin.
Well, yeah, I actually had a question that's kind of specific to me in my office. So in the Chicago Film Office, we're permitting for city streets, and we know that Chicago is dense. So we are film sets are cohabitating in people's communities and their environments. And one of the biggest things that I see that can be a call of complaints, or it can be just things that we notice or see, are the generators. Especially as it gets to warmer weather, people's windows are open. Even more, it's where's that generator? How far can we get it away from a house, from open windows? Unfortunately, in Chicago, you're not going to get too far from someone's residence. So how can I, as the Chicago Film Office, help push, or what's your talking points for green generators? Because obviously, I assume cost is in there. Cost always comes up. How can we help to support green generators and the noiseless machines there?
Well, batteries are going to help with that big time. I think on the Bear, at one point, they tried to daisy chain a bunch of Moxions because they were shooting in the Gold Coast, and the neighbors just weren't having that noise. It's really noisy. So I think that in that case...
Wait, they were daisy chaining the Moxions?
Mm-hmm.
And they were noisy?
No, not the Moxions. They had a generator. I'm so
okay.
sorry.
I was like,
they had a generator, and it was the neighbors complained. So then they tried the Moxions. And again, it comes to you need to have a plan. I think it goes back to like when we used to shoot film. You had to have a plan. Because you can't just shoot and shoot and shoot. Film is really expensive. And so we need to think of gasoline like film. You have to have a plan. So maybe if you have a generator, do what you need to do, like maybe have it on during hours that people aren't home. And then when people come home, turn off the generator, turn on the battery, and have a plan. Don't just be, the nice thing about it, the nice thing about a battery is if you do it properly and don't overload it, you can walk away. You don't have to balance your loads. A generator, you have to balance your loads. Like in Chicago, generator operators are literally there if you're on set. They're just gonna be sitting in the truck next to the generator, like sipping their coffee, but they have to balance that load. If you have a generator operator, they're balancing that, then they can easily figure out a plan of when to turn the generator on and when to switch over to batteries. The other thing is, I think that we're just working on a film where they were in on the beach. It was a really high-profile film, and they wanted batteries, and they were freaking out because they were like, we can't put this huge battery in the neighbor's yard. It's going to blah, 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 blah. And I was like, no, you can't do that. And I was like, why are you trying to solve everything with one solution? Divide and conquer. You have all these things that need power. Get all these little batteries. Power everything with the little batteries if you can do that, which they did, and then have a power plan. Be able to swap them out. Watch the charge. You have to balance the load on your generator anyway, so it's easier to walk over to a battery and be like, it's at 55. I have to wait for it to get 30 and then swap it out.
Yeah. And I think we also need to have, that's amazing. And this is why she's here, because I love that, because she's going to be the person that's going to change that for us, one of them. But I think also having any electricians that are working with them here in Chicago to like talk about it and help advocate for it. And that'll also help us get more of the equipment here, because there's a lot of equipment that's not here yet because people just aren't using it. And in regards to independent films and small films, there are small options for you out there. KinoWorks, who's out there, has an option. Just if you want to go talk to them, they don't use any generators on their sets.
Well, one thing is if you get a hybrid vehicle or an EV vehicle in Chicago, there's not as much EV charging stations, so you have to figure something out as far as that's concerned, but that takes away your fuel cost. So if you can get that on board, that's great. The other thing is, in terms of power, like if you're on an independent production, and one way you can also kind of maybe reduce that and make it efficient is if you have a truck and you have, like, it's your camera truck. So every day you're taking that truck somewhere to charge those batteries and you're plugging it in. So why can't you also plug in some batteries with that and maybe have, and then you're not paying so much for fuel. So if you're able to put like a volt stack or something like that on that same truck, wherever you're going that night to charge the camera batteries or however you're charging the batteries, you can charge those batteries at the same time and it takes away your fuel cost. And the other thing is, like with crafty and with food, how are you refrigerating that? How are you doing that? Is there some way that you can take it, like, do you have a base where you can refrigerate those things? Let's say you're holding this at a church, because it's almost always at a church. Then can you ask that church to use their facilities potentially? You might not, or in that case, maybe try to find like a mini freezer or something along those lines to be able to take away from that truck. So I think it's all about, like, if you can reduce your fuel costs, then I think that's a good way to go to productions and say, look, do you add up, the next film you do, take your fuel receipts and add them up and see how much that costs. And then start to put that into your budget. And then when you also take all your paper plates, everything, make a non-sustainable budget and then cross-compare. And then you can take that to your producer and say, look, not only will we be able to get the green badge and say we're a sustainable production, which is good for promoting this, but we're also reducing these costs.
I think we're out of time, but I think that does wrap it up here. But I think what we want to end with is that this is the call to action. I think what we've learned here is there's many things that you can do on an individual basis, on a producer basis, on a company basis. And I think the thing is find out best practices. There's always new ways to do it. We're always learning new ways to do it. There are new products out there. There are new mindsets. There are new initiatives. Take that and run with it. When you are on set as an individual, don't just accept the standard, we're going to throw everything away, we just have to do it as fast and as cheaply as possible. Ask the question. If you're in a particular department, ask, what are we doing about our refuse? What are we doing about recycling? Are we donating anything? What's the budget line for recycling? Like, ask these questions, because especially as producers or other people who might not be thinking about this are hearing their crews ask these questions. They learn more and more how important it is to everybody. And I think it's exciting that we're sort of starting this at an early level, because this never came up when I started at all. It was, how quickly can we throw this stuff away? So hopefully the new mindset is, that we're changing it here, and that 20 years from now, there is like a budget line for a green initiative in everybody's set. And that's what we want you guys to take home today. So thank you very much. Thank you to the panel, and thank you for everybody's expertise. We'll be here for just a few minutes if you have any questions.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, everybody.
Hi there. Thank you all for coming today. We are super excited to be in Chicago having a live conversation. Oh, I'm Amani, one of the co-hosts of Players.
Hi, and I'm Gemma. I'm also a co-host, and just to give you a little background on me, I'm a filmmaker here. I'm produce, I write, I direct, and we have the podcast to talk about just like the business of film and all the topics that covers. And then I do community organizing here. So if you're interested in, finding an organization or coming to a Film Girls Brunch, please let me know.
Yes, and a little about me. I'm a film programmer in LA. I used to be in Chicago and did like indie production and like indie film programming here, and now I'm in LA after 3 years. I also do producing and writing, and yeah, it's just been great having Players as a mode to demystify different topics in the film industry. We are on Spotify, so you can check us out. We also have a website where you can check out past episodes, different guests that we've talked to. We've had a decent amount of Chicago guests, so that's why we're super excited to be here. So thank you all for coming.
Yes, and before we bring up just this great panel of people, I want to, can we give a round of applause to all the volunteers that are at Filmscape that have been working so hard and doing amazing. They've been so lovely to work with, and I also just want to shout out Ned for allowing us to come on stage, and Winter Davis for all her work for Filmscape. So yeah, give it up for Winter, yes. So thank you to their entire team. I hope you guys have had an amazing Filmscape, and we're nearing the end, but we're not there yet. So happy that you came here for this panel. And then, do you want to talk a little more about what we're going to be talking about?
Yes, so we are kind of centering in on community building around filmmaking. So it's not only important to practice your craft and such, but you're also constantly meeting people, constantly getting exposed to new organizations, new communities, new ways to meet people and find different collaborators and such. And so we have some amazing folks who are very tapped into the Chicago filmmaking community here and have also had experiences outside of that too. So we'll talk about different festivals and how we've approached those in the past, such as South by Southwest. Demo went to Cannes Film Festival, and there's just like so many great ways to constantly build your network and your kind of pool of collaborators that you are working with.
Yeah, so without further ado, we have three amazing people we're going to be talking with. We're going to bring them up. First is Armin Corsos. He's a filmmaker himself. He does the founder of Chicago Filmmaker Fridays. So please, Armin, come up. We can sit down, I think. Armin, hello. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me on this panel.
For sure.
And then
we've got Gabe Collier as well, who's also a filmmaker and founder of Screen Time Chicago. Yes.
Hello.
Thanks for joining, Gabe.
And last but certainly not least, we have an amazing producer, and she's just done so much. I don't even know the list, but Natalia
Salazar.
Yes. Salazar, sorry. I only call her Natalia. She's a friend of mine, but welcome.
Yes.
How are we doing today?
Doing good, yeah.
Great.
Hot.
Yeah,
it's hot outside.
We're fresh. Yeah.
It's very hot. Cool. I would love to like kick it off and like ask everyone like a little bit about themselves. I know we just talked about like what you have like founded and worked on here, but if you just want to give some more context to some of these initiatives. Let's start with Natalia.
Sure. We're talking about our background.
So
let's see. I'm a producer. I've worked in commercial, documentary, narrative, music video, short film, feature length, scripted narrative. The gamut. I've at least have an experience in different forms of production. I'm writing a script. I'm a trained actor, just a bunch of different experiences here and there throughout the film circuit. And I helped launch an organization called IFA Chicago. It was formerly Stage 18. Yeah, it's a great Oregon town. Had some really great mentors and kind of came up through the industry locally here through that org. So yeah, definitely been in touch and focused on the network that I built in order to help me get to the next step. I know these two guys, so it's great to be on a panel with them.
Yeah. I should go next? Okay, cool. My name is Gabriel Coulier. I am the owner of Mixed Media, which is a video production, like a bespoke video production company. I'm also the founder of Screen Time, which is a 90-minute showcase for short films. We just had our 3rd year this past May. Damn, that was a lot. Wow, okay. Time's moving. Yeah, so I'm also a filmmaker, but most of my work with Mixed Media is telling stories for brands, businesses, and people in the city of Chicago and nationally. So yeah, that's a bit about me.
Hey everyone, my name is Armin Corsos. You probably know me because I was the founder of Filmmaker Friday Chicago. But outside of hosting events, I also started my own production company 5 years ago, and I specialize in commercial work and documentary films. And something I'm excited to talk about today is we produced a 5-minute surfing film last year that we shot in Mexico, and we just got back from Mountain Film Festival that we attended in Telluride, Colorado a few weeks ago. So really fascinating to be self-producing projects, getting into big festivals, being among really beautiful films, but also the takeaways from these events that are outside of Chicago and bringing those home and seeing how we can improve events in Chicago. So Filmmaker Friday, we actually just had our 1-year anniversary this month.
Ooh, congrats.
So I see some familiar faces. We've hosted over 1,200 people in the past year, and we've done 15 events. We're excited to keep it going in the city.
Amazing. Well, I think I'm ready to sort of like zoom out, and that's what the first kind of part of this discussion is going to be. Instead of just focusing on Chicago, I really want to take a step back and think about the world, and honestly, just like the filmmaking world, whether it's in the US or international, and how those things and how we can learn from those things. And I guess my first question is, like, what experience do you guys have, going to a festival outside Chicago, or, going to events outside Chicago, working out of Chicago? And then if you haven't, had a ton of experience with that, what do you do to stay informed with what's happening at large?
Who's gonna go first? Who's next?
Well, you talk.
Gonna keep putting Natalia on the spot.
Okay, I mean, not all festivals are alike. I can say that, and I've been to. I really enjoyed South by Southwest, although it's in that sort of stage of elite fests that are not as attainable anymore, unfortunately, for a lot of filmmakers that do a lot of great work. But it is a very well-oiled machine. I'll give it that, and it's a cool intersectional experience too, because it's not just film festivals. They also have music and tech and innovation and all these different tracks that you could, engage yourself with. But the film festival is well done. So I enjoyed that, and I've also been to Black Star in Philly, which is also intersectional, very dedicated festival to POC voices and content of filmmakers from those lenses. So that was also really cool and different, and on a different scale, different content, all kinds of different attributes than something like South by. But yeah, I love festival going, just for the network and the community and the relationships that you build. So that's why I like to festival go.
I can give a little bit about my experience. So I haven't been to many festivals, just a couple through my short film, Buy, Sell, Trade, that I produced and directed and all that back in 2022. I went to Sundance in 2024. Yeah, and that was my first big festival. I learned a lot. I'm glad I went. It was kind of one of those situations where, the homies just hit me up and were like, hey, we're all gonna fit in this hotel room. like 5 of us.
How many? 5. Oh
Yeah,
my God.
it's like 2 rooms and a couch. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't know if I wanted to go, but I'm so glad I did. I didn't personally. It was the first weekend of Sundance, so like it's crazy, right? Premieres. My friend had a media pass, couldn't really get to the cool films to like cover them, which is of course. But one thing that I learned was to just go and figure it out after. I didn't get a pass to watch any movies, right? I know, it sucks. That's what you're there for. But I made the most of it by just, I hit up pretty much anybody black and brown and was like, yo, what are y'all doing tonight? And people were so receptive to that. And to just go and network and go, honestly have fun was really fruitful. And I met some really cool people there. And learned a lot about like what to do for screen time and stuff like that. So, yeah, that was kind of my experience, just going to like a big festival.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think going off of that, if you start attending different film events inside or outside of Chicago, you'll quickly realize that they're all vastly different. And the feel and the vibe of the people that attend and the films that get into the festival. And if there's panel discussions, like the panelists that they choose to invite to speak are all very different. And I think these festivals are amazing because going back to, I just went to Mountain Film Festival, which is specifically a outdoor adventure, conservation, documentary style festival. And just seeing the quality of the work well outside of maybe what you are producing. For example, we did a surfing film, but there's a film called Cecil, which was about, if you guys remember in like 2016, the trophy hunter dentist from Minnesota who killed the lion in Africa. So that's what that film was about. But it was like a conservation one, like totally different. And it's amazing to meet the director and speak to the people and the subjects in these films. And I think just if you think of networking more like less like a burden, like you're approaching these people and you want something from them. If you think like people who attend festivals are also going to network, so if you make a small icebreaker, small thing, then you probably can have a conversation with that person. And there's a panel discussion that I attended at Mountain Film where there's like 30 people there, and one of the people who was waiting for the panel, he looked kind of interesting, and I just made it a point to always strike conversations with random people, even if it feels uncomfortable. And turns out this guy was a professional Sherpa. He's summited Everest twice, and he professionally leads expeditions for literally all of the title sponsors of the festival, like North Face, Patagonia, REI, all the big ones. And this is just a random guy. And it was fascinating to get that inside perspective and learn stuff outside of panels and just meet the people that created the films that I admire. And I think that event was vastly different than what's available in Chicago, but it's inspiring to ask the question then, like, why isn't it here? And why do we have to leave Chicago to attend a very niche specific event? There's no reason why it can't happen here.
Well, did you feel like at Mountain Film Festivals, it was like really, people were approachable, it didn't feel quite as big as like something like Sundance, or was it still a pretty big festival?
So what was interesting is they had like stars from the brands, like the faces of North Face. And like I talked to one of the guys, Conrad Anker, he's like a really famous climber, but they're all really approachable. But it's cool because I think what was most special is the programming that we were programmed in. We spent $1,500 on this film, including film festival submission fees total. We spent probably 3 times more attending the festival than we did on the actual film.
Totally. Yeah.
But then we were programmed with films that were 2 North Face films, 2 Red Bull films, and 1 Arc'teryx film in the same programming. But then you also get to talk to those directors and producers and like professional Red Bull skiers, and it's just really cool to be looped in with the same people who you would probably otherwise have a really hard time meeting in real life. And yes, everybody was very approachable.
Amazing. That sounds really cool. I want to go. Cool. So just thinking about like the different kinds of people that you can meet, you all have like worked in different initiatives and organizations here in Chicago, and so kind of when you were first building some of these community gatherings and spaces, were there things that you were kind of thinking about from these other festivals that you've been to, just like try and incorporate in your own? Are there things that you like want to tweak and like put in for your own things? Because I through my job, I like run a film festival in LA, and I'm always like seeing what other people are doing and seeing how like, oh, like can we do that, or like, oh, that wouldn't work for our audience, or things like that. So how do you all approach that?
Am I gonna be first every time?
No, I can go first.
No.
You go. Oh, okay.
Go.
I was kind of curious what Imani, what you've like seen and
Flipping it back
incorporated to you.
Yeah.
Flipped it on you.
Totally.
Tell us.
I love South by. I've gone the past 3 years in a row, and it was like, thankfully for work, because like you can talk about that too, but just like budgeting and like trying to make these things happen. But yeah, thankfully got to go through work, and each year has been different in terms of like, oh, like South by really loves like genre, like buzzy kind of like titles. In terms of like the film festival circuit. Yep. And seeing that trend and like, oh, what are they programming for shorts and they're episodic and such, and what is kind of like the filmmaker experience, because each time I've gone, I haven't had like a project, like I've just like gone as a filmmaker programmer, and then also just like someone in the industry is just trying to like learn and network and see movies and meet filmmakers. And I think too, I really love some of their panel topics, and the way that they do their panels is like really interesting with the panel picker, where people can like vote on different topics from like different folks that are like pitching different panels. So we've thought about that for like the festival that I do it's called Proof Film Festival. It's specifically for proof of concept short films in LA. And I'm like, oh, what would it be like if we had like people like pitch panels? Because we have panels too, and I just kind of do it. But what would it look like to have like the community come in and like give feedback or tell us about what topics they want to hear and such? So I've learned a lot through that.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I mean, I think that's what I learned from Sundance a lot. Was like the first day I went to this really beautiful panel discussion on, I mean, it was kind of a sad topic. It was like book burning and like how we overcome, the silence of information, basically. But the way they programmed it was really beautiful. They had like poetry happening. They had a panel discussion, and then they had like book readings from Octavia Butler and other authors, which I thought was really sick. So like, also going to these festivals, they got hella budget, all right? Like,
sometimes
we're trying to figure out what to do with like not a lot of budget. So, but I think one other thing that I experienced going to festivals, and it's not a good thing, is when you're in a film festival, you know this, maybe not at Mountain Film, but you're like, damn, I got into a festival, hell yeah, let's go. And you get to the theater, and there's like 7 people in there. You're like, damn, I worked on this, and there's just 7 people watching. I spent money to go to Philadelphia or whatever, and So with screen time, I really wanted to cultivate an atmosphere that is like, let's celebrate everybody that we can. So it's a Chicago-only film festival. Only directors that are producing, directors from Chicago. The film was made in Chicago, where like the subject matter is in Chicago, so that we can get people that have worked on these projects into the building as well, and to like get a high energy, to get some reactions from these films, because they deserve it, right? That's what I learned on a negative note from film festivals and going to some across, state lines and stuff like that.
Totally. Some things like run the gamut, where you're like, this is a scam.
Yeah, what? Like, why did I just travel here and there's like 6 people, and that was awkward.
It's like a guy. It's like one guy. His name's Paul.
Yeah.
It's like a projector.
You've been there. I feel like everyone's been there.
Totally. You wanna?
I think one of the considerations I had when starting Filmmaker Friday was, if you want people to come to your event, you better put on a damn good show, because they're donating their time to spend time at your event, and those people that are coming really pay attention to all of the details. How is the hosting? How long, if it's like a networking and panel discussion event, how long is the panel? Is it too long? Is it too short? Are you leaving enough time for people to show up? everything needs to be a consideration. And there's even venue considerations, like how easy is parking? What, is there like a place to go get a drink afterwards? There's a lot of considerations. And I think that's something that people, when, you know, I urge people to start their own events, if they see a hole in the market that people would attend, I urge you to start your own event. I think we often put way too many obstacles in front of us that may actually be non-existent, but
Like what?
So, I mean, I'll go back to our event series. I mean, our first event, it was like 50 people, and it took like over 2 weeks to fill up because no one knew about it. But I think something, like I didn't expect to be doing multiple hundred people for each event, but things build momentum. And you don't have to, even if you have a goal of, I want to host consistent 100, 200 person events each month, well, it's all going to start at the very beginning and taking advantage of people speaking highly of your event and hosting high quality events and who are you inviting to speak. That's all considerations. And I think also I was overthinking about like, oh, I need to do a website, I need to do newsletter, I need to do all this. We didn't have a website for like the first 10 months. It was only Instagram, and we used a platform called Partiful to text people with text notifications. So you don't need as many things to get started. And I think you should focus more on, does it have a good name that's catchy, easy to remember? Is it memorable? And is the event something that people would want to come back to? Because I've been to quite a few events that I would never go back to.
Well, I also think it's interesting if we can just run it back for a second. So Filmmaker Fridays was something that was in New York first, right? So you took that and then you applied it to the Chicago community. Like, what was that process like? Yeah,
So my close friend Parker Foster started Filmmaker Friday in New York City. So it's our, I'll call it our sister event. Same idea, different city. He actually, going back to the previous question, we started speaking about starting an event series at the same time, but I came up with a lot of roadblocks on why not to start it, and he just started it sooner than I did, but the conversation started at the same time. So he's like a 4 or 5 month head start on me. But the events, it's interesting. I think when hosting events, you also need to be conscious of the feedback that you're getting, and I frequently send out surveys because I'm really curious about what people think. Is in New York City, what we found is people prefer the networking events, and barely any people showed up for the panels. But in Chicago, our panel discussions have been doing way better, and people prefer the panel discussion hybrid with networking over just a networking event. I don't exactly know why. Maybe there's just more panels in New York, so people are craving a networking event, but I would be focused on, pleasing the people who are wanting to join your events. Like, if you can't keep giving them events that they don't want to attend.
Yeah, totally. And I think that that's interesting. That's something that we sort of did, is like taking a template from somewhere else and then applying it to your local place. I mean, Amani started Film Girls Brunch in LA, and then I was like, oh, that sounds fun. Let's do it in Chicago. And so we started doing it in Chicago. But it is also similar to that. We found that the crowd in LA wants to know about different things, and they're struggling with different things than the people in Chicago. So it's like you can't have the same sort of like panels or whatever, but it's an idea that came from a different place and is now serving the city and serving the communities here.
Totally. That's a great point, Emma. Natalia, did you?
Yeah, I think kind of bouncing off what Armin said, going to different festivals and seeing the attainability and how some things are not accessible to everybody to even just get there or attend, including the filmmakers themselves who have films in the fest. So for me, in my most recent position, I had a platform where I could bring in new orgs, up-and-coming filmmakers to screen or have a panel on a discussion to bring some of that access here to Chicago. Bringing in new partnerships like Filmmaker Friday, like Film Girls Brunch, like Mezcla Media Collective, like EcoFixer, which is the only company in town that focuses on green, sustainable production. A lot of these orgs are minority and women owned or run. Midwest Film Festival was a huge partnership brought in, and making a accessibility to the locals here for some of the great work that like Filmmaker Friday is doing and other orgs in town, so that they don't feel like they're missing out, if they can't make it to a festival or don't have the means to get there. At least there's some of that here, because we do really want more like panels and people who are, I guess, veterans in this industry who maybe are more likely to be on either coast, but we have a great talent base here, and so providing some of that here so that they don't feel they have to leave was really important to me.
Totally. And huge shout out to Mezcla Media Collective. That's where I got my start. In terms of like programming here and like just the way that changed throughout my whole time there, where we were like, I came in like, it was like virtual programming for COVID. And then how we kind of went back into in-person, and then moving to LA, there's just nothing like Mezcla really. And kind of in response to that, then yeah, being like Film Girls Brunch and how it can all, yeah.
Don't you just want to move back, Imani? What are you doing out in LA?
Dude.
Everybody's leaving LA.
And Dema, do you want to talk about Cannes as well? And like
Oh,
what you
gosh.
kind of learned there?
Yeah,
in the Mecca.
I think that it's like the information sharing there is so different than like Chicago, because it's like it's everyone from everywhere, right? So it's like international. It's where people go to screen films. I did not buy a pass to go to any films either. I was just there to like literally meet people and network and learn things about what it takes to like pitch a project, what people are interested in terms of that. And I think one thing that like is a big difference between producers in Chicago, whereas like you're at Cannes and the producers are a little at a higher level, they're just like, well, who's the name? Who's this? Who's that? Like they want to know like who is giving you money for your project, because that matters, and like who the name is there too. So it's like being able to work in a different market. And I think that like it depends on the goal of your project, but then coming back here and being able to like tell my friends that it's like, okay, well, if your goal is to get, to a larger production company or work at a level with an A24 or whatever, like you need to have a named actor and stuff like that. I think people are just really plugged in to what's going on in film at large. There's a lot of sales agents there. There's a lot of whatever there. There's like, you can learn so much and at that place and then come back and like share that information here. And I think one interesting thing is that the international like buyers and distributors and stuff, there's an event in LA that happens in November called the American Film Market, and it's essentially where people go to buy films, to sell their films and get distribution. So they were saying like, oh, like we can't get work visas to come into the US anymore, so we're not going to be attending. And these are people who have attended for decades. So that's something interesting that I learned, where it's like, okay, that's changing. And that's not something that would necessarily be talked about here. But then when I talk to filmmakers here, you can tell them like, oh, AFM's going to be different this year. And I think like going to these different events, you're able to then share the information with your community.
Huge.
I have one more thing. I wanted to jump in and say too, like, this is all information that, and I'm curious if you guys do this too, but like, if you read The Hollywood Reporter, if you read IndieWire, if you read like all these publications that also share this information, like being really well researched, like you don't necessarily have to, go to Cannes to do all of this too. I think that can be really powerful, and it can, Armin didn't have to go to Cannes to be the person he is now, and like a great producer. And we travel around to different festivals, and I'm just curious like how you guys kind of stay plugged in with all this different information going around that's just not only Chicago based.
Yeah, and where to put that time too, because as we just talked about, there are scams and there are just things that people will advertise and they're not what they say they are.
I was just going to jump in on that real quick. When I went to Sundance, I didn't realize so it's filmmakers, right? And they're artists. So in some way, we're a little bit naive, maybe in some ways. You can go to Sundance and be a part of like a little commune situation for free boarding. Have y'all heard of this?
What does this mean?
Yeah,
No,
I'll rent
I don't
like
know
a-
what it's
Yeah, so all you have to do is like cook a couple of meals.
What?
Right. So I'm like walking around.
Tell the people.
I went to several parties that were like very cult-ish. So just like trigger warning.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, not really. So just like on that note is just like just be careful about, you could kind of like scam them and be like, I'll be a part of your cult for like 4 days and I'll cook a meal and I'll get free boarding, right? And then I'll spend time elsewhere, right? But just know what you're getting into when we're talking about like that scam side of things. This is something I had no idea about before I went to Sundance, and there were like a couple of them for sure.
Wow.
Yeah,
I
so
haven't
beware of cults.
I didn't know that.
I'm
know
not
that either.
lying.
Learn
I'm not
something new
lying.
every day.
But you're gonna talk, or someone else is gonna talk.
That just blew me. I forgot what Imani even asked because I'm
Thinking
focused on
about cults in
How do we
Utah.
How do we stay informed
Oh yes.
without going to film
So
festivals?
I got paid to stay informed. Research and policy was a lot of what I did in my most recent position. So constantly, every day, reading all the trades to see what market is doing what's happening on the coast. Oh, fires are happening. Everybody's moving out of LA. Oh, Louisiana just withdrew their tax credit. Oh, like all of the new things that are going on. It's like constantly changing, and it is sort of hard to know like who's more valid than the other, because in one trade you'll read that indie is in and that's the new market, and then in another we'll say, oh, it's dead. Mid-level range budget films are dead. So it's kind of, you have to take everything I think with a grain of salt and as like a big larger picture instead of just like what's happening over here as Bible, because it varies. But it's good to, I highly suggest staying informed by just focusing, like even if it's just once a week, to take time to keep up with what's happening in the trades. Definitely.
I think something else to pay attention to is also where the big studios are choosing to build new sound stages is often a pretty good indication that they know something that we might not yet, but they're putting tens of millions of dollars into physical infrastructure. And I think Netflix is building really big stages out in Jersey right now.
Yes.
Almost done.
almost
Yeah.
done.
So, it's interesting to see shifts away from big cities and, of course, the tax incentives. Even if you're not producing work that meets the criteria for the tax incentive, like $100,000 or $250,000 or $1 million budgets, it's still important to know, because then you know what's like a film-friendly city. You also, should be aware of rental houses in those cities and like what incentives they might have. There's a lot of free equipment being put out there that you just have to give a good pitch and maybe partner with some people to get the work going. So I think attending events is a great way to do it. Obviously staying informed online. But yeah, I think the sound stages one is probably the only physical way of, because you don't know how many shoots are going on in a city at any given point unless you work for like the film permit office.
Totally. Yeah. No.
I was gonna ask, do you have is there like an Instagram that you get like that information from of like where Netflix is building a soundstage, or is it just something that's in your timeline?
It's just online publications. Like some of the top film
trades.
publications will always.
IndieWire, like you
Hollywood
say,
Reporter,
yeah.
Variety. I think that's where I first saw the Netflix announcement was, Hollywood Reporter, Variety, IndieWire. Highly recommend Matt Bellamy's The Town podcast.
love
We're
that
big
one.
fans.
That focuses, I feel like, too on big picture, not as much like indie. And for indie, you can listen to ours. But but yeah, I think that like staying informed is such an important thing as an indie filmmaker, no matter what position you're in, whether you're in crew, whether you're a producer, whether you're a PA. I think that information is just like everything, and it is so important to stay informed globally and then apply that to your community.
Yeah, I think we started that as kind of like this thing too. I'm not as being like, we're the authority on this, but like we are truly like, the podcast is like a live like of us like also gathering information and figuring things out and exploring. And like we went to American Film Market together, and like we were just like no plans, like no pitches, or just like what's going on
Yeah.
here. We want to know,
Boots on
and then
the
be able to
ground.
share that information, apply it to like our thinkings and how we're approaching our projects and such. So yeah.
Yeah, I think too. I'm curious, you guys, like, what would you say, like, indie filmmakers can then do with this information? Like, what in your mind when you were like, oh yeah, just seeing what the studios are doing in New Jersey, then would you say like, oh, look for jobs in Jersey, don't move, but you can maybe like look for projects there or something like that? Like, what do you like recommend?
Well, I think the biggest indication that where studios and stages are being built is maybe there will be more emphasis on narrative films in the future. And you can kind of follow those trends. And I think also consuming media, like if you see a lot of trending documentary films, like probably it's what's trendy. And I'm not saying necessarily follow what's trendy, but your film and its success will be directly influenced by the current, political cycle, news cycle, what have you. I actually have a close friend of mine who's a film producer, and he's producing a film on conservative or Republicans who are also conservationists. And the film didn't have any legs for 4 years, and then finally now it's gaining momentum because of the news cycle, and you have to take advantage of that. Like if your film has something that would be trendy, then you have a higher chance of getting more PR, getting more eyes on your project, getting more clicks, more meetings. Then I think it's really important to stay conscious of what people are consuming, because essentially you're making something that will be consumed. And you need to be, if you're making food, you have to know what people are hungry for.
Yes. Just drop that, right?
Another question for you guys, just like with each of your community work and each of your organizations, what are you hearing are the biggest needs from the people showing up to Chicago Filmmaker Fridays, or from your work throughout the years, Natalia or Gabe, what you're hearing from your people?
I mean, definitely, we're great at production here, right? We have the unions, we have the infrastructure, we have productions that get shot here, but we don't have the agency as so much on the front end and the back end of that, meaning development and distro. And I want that to change. I want stuff that's shot in Chicago about Chicagoans to be written here by Chicagoans. I don't think that's that big of an ask. But then also on the back end too, like distribution. A lot of studios that end up distributing their own work aren't located here. So finding that good balance, which also includes then, the middlemen, agencies or attorneys on behalf of them and the filmmaker, the having those two ends, I think, developed more is what I hear a lot that we don't have, that we should all change. Let's go out and change it together.
Yes, brainstorm.
100%. Yeah.
I think historically, LA and New York have just been bigger film cities. And I think we almost gaslight ourselves into putting those obstacles in front of us, like, oh, but those were the original big film cities, right? And I think instead of leaving the city and pursuing these other events, which I still think you should go to, but I think instead we should be asking, why not? Why don't we have these events in Chicago? And why don't we start hosting these events? Because the events and the festivals is what brings people to the city and helps with distribution and brings in these bigger people. And I was speaking to a friend of mine recently, and he was talking about this phenomenon of going to film events outside of Chicago, but then you consistently run into people that are from Chicago. So why am I meeting people in Colorado, New York, and California that are from Chicago? So we're all leaving here and going to a different city, different state, when I think we could improve the quality and the frequency of film events in Chicago and really help uplift our community, because the events and where people socialize and connect with each other, that's what the roots of a community is. And production can be really strong, but we also need the support outside of film production as well.
I will just say that Chicago was the original Hollywood. Groucho Marx, Marx Brothers, SNA Studios. I don't know, the weather was nicer over
the
there, I
weather,
guess.
yeah.
year round.
It was literally
But
weather.
it does not mean that we can have that title stricken from us and it should return. So
And the weather's changing.
Yes.
people want
today.
year-round landscapes in the background. They want year-round, I don't think it's, I think people are, especially with this mass exodus out west, I think people are looking towards, we have 4 seasons here, we have a great skyline, we have a great backdrop,
Yeah.
which is why people come and shoot their exteriors here and then move back to, I could go on, and I'm
love
gonna
it.
stop, but we need to bring back more principal photography here.
Yeah,
Totally.
100%. And Gabe, I'm interested in because you do work you're doing that screening hour, so you are working on the distribution part. What do you feel like is kind of, I guess, missing, or what are you hearing from people that are screening? What do they want? How do we improve on the distribution side in Chicago?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of them that comes up. Like Armin said, doing a survey after screen time, what panel discussions do people want to hear? Distribution, funding, right? Of course. That's a hard one to tackle. But yeah, I mean, I think the idea of just having an audience and building an audience seems to have been resonating with people. So screen time is panel discussion in the beginning. Shout out to Natalia, she was there for the first year. And it's a panel discussion, a 90-minute screening of Chicago-made short films, and then it is like an after party. So it's at the Davis Theater. It's a perfect place for that, right? They have a bar next door. And this year we have a DJ and all that situation. So I think, yeah, creating an audience through events, through screenings, and showing up for other people. Something that I've thought of, and actually some feedback that we got from some filmmakers was what if we sold the screening to, it's 90 minutes. What if we could package that and sell that? Don't take our idea. I mean, it wasn't mine, but you know what I mean? What are some other ways that we can support filmmakers? So that's one little tidbit. Yeah.
To piggyback off that, I had an idea and I didn't get a chance to execute it this year, but I'm hoping to do it soon, and maybe I can work with you, Gabe, I don't know. But to have a slew of really good Midwest or Chicagoland made work that maybe has gone through a festival run, maybe has an accolade or two, but didn't get any type of distro, or it's a short, or something like that, and have the indie art houses sort of nationally have stake in that, so that there is still national distribution that can be bought and come out of Chicago without dealing with a big chain that maybe is subject to a studio for whatever they acquire. So the music boxes, the Davises of the country could somehow have a market that takes place here, that acquisitions and distribution deals come out of here without any middleman or agency or any of that. Because, yeah, we could package any of those projects individually, or I haven't thought of it as a full screening, but but as a 6 to 8 week distribution length for each of those theaters. Say regionally, we get one from different regions, so that it counts as national distribution for that work out of Chicago. I think that would be a really great idea, and I just have to logistically figure out how to do it.
No, that's really cool. I mean, I feel like there is a bit of an appetite when it comes to the film industry to feel like you're a part of something, and maybe that's just as a viewer, even if you're not working on something right now. So yeah, I mean, that would be sick to create a network of
And it would equally, I think, help the indie art houses who are struggling sometimes for content, or since COVID have experienced a lull, maybe in business. So it would I think work well for both.
Yeah, I know for a fact that the Davis was we want to do more small programming.
Yeah.
They said that. So yeah.
For sure. I mean, where I work in LA, and happy to talk about this offline too, with whatever y'all
Of course, bring it. Let's do it. There is a bar around the corner.
Yes, get a business plan together. Where I work, we show at the American Cinematheque in LA. We show new films, we show old films, and I think there is. As a film programmer there, we just announced we're doing a collaboration with OTV where we took the key change queer music video kind of like program over to LA, because I was also like brainstorming a queer music video program for like the end of Pride, and then I saw it on like the Mainstage newsletter, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna reach I'm gonna reach out, and we can. And then now it's happening at the end of June. So I think there is a market, there is a want for these kinds of like programs to travel, especially like niche ones like that. Like, oh, it's a queer music video showcase. Oh, it's like specifically Chicago made sure it's 90 minutes. There is a want for that. And I went to a conference, it was last year now, Index, which is like a collaboration between the Film Festival Alliance and Art House Convergence, which represents all of those like local indie art houses across the country. And it was so great. So I think like what you're saying, like totally, it was in Chicago, and it could like totally happen there, where all of these like exhibitors, these independent exhibitors, are like coming and meeting and convening.
I think that also, Armin and Imani, I want you to speak on this too, where you're like, we need more events, because like in LA, and I've heard this from just Imani's years of being there and her insane schedule, there's a film event, there's probably like 50 a night. I mean, it is a city that is like built on film, and they're just obsessed with it, and that's great. And I think that we're all obsessed with like Chicago film specifically, and I think it's great what you're doing with like Chicago Filmmaker Fridays, and it seems like there just needs to be more of that. And when you said like you want more of that, because that's where that really is, and I think you've learned that too, that's where like the sausage is made, that's where the discussions are happening, at these like parties or intimate gatherings. Like, I don't know, does that reign true to you? You think more?
Yeah, I think the more film events, the better.
And like what type?
I think a mix of, so we do two types of events, networking only and the panel discussion mixer style. I don't believe that there's such a thing as competitiveness with events. I think the more events, the better. And I think people will gravitate towards the event that they enjoy attending more. But I don't think events can be competitive, and I don't think there's such a thing as too many events. Like, we were just speaking about these smaller events that there's benefits to 15, 20-person private dinners, that style event, and there's benefits to 200-person events and expos like this one. So I think people like attending once a year events like this one, and then people like a monthly consistent one. I think there's benefits to all styles of events.
Yeah.
How have you seen that just kind of like prop LA up, where it's just like night after night, bus, club, another bus, another.
I think the accessibility piece is key. I think that's what kind of started Film Girls Brunch too. When I first went to LA, like I had heard like the grapevine of like, oh, there's like kind of a lack of community in terms of like the filmmaking community as a whole in LA, because there's like, I don't know, they'll be like, first of all, the city's very spread out, and people who live on one side don't want to go to the other side. It's like, there's no public transportation, you have to drive. But I have a lot of podcasts that I listen to, so that comes in handy. And so there'll be like, kind of like niche things, kind of like, there's a lot of like invite-only things. And I was like, what is this? That's where Film Girls Brunch came from, of like, can we just have like a casual space for like women, femme creators to connect on a consistent basis too, because I think that's key too, is the consistency. There'll be like kind of like one-off kind of things, and that it doesn't really help like build community over time. So I think that's being addressed now by some different groups. There's a group called Not Your Daddy's Films in LA, which is doing great stuff. There's
Film Independent does great work too.
Film Independent is doing more like consistent, meetups too, because I think people are honing in on that's really key.
Yeah.
It's just like keeping that up.
And I think, Go
ahead.
Out of my peripheral. Well, I was just gonna say, so it's just like the more accessible events, having events which is so interesting, because we do have over 30 film festivals here, and I know like a ton of organizations that are doing a ton of great work. So it's just like, maybe how do we get the word out about those more, or like how do we adjust them so they are like accessing or getting a bigger crowd, and then also getting the like decision makers and the gatekeepers to come and just like be in the city, which is half the battle. I was gonna kind of wrap up with our last little question, but you had a comment, so please.
I was just going to quickly say there's no such thing as you have done too much networking and you have met too many people. So going off of that, there will never be too many film events because you can always meet new people. You can always connect different people together, and you can't overdose on networking. Like the bigger your network, the better it is. And it's always going to be something that you need to do, whether you're at the beginning or at the very top.
Yeah. So for our last thing, I wanted to, we're wrapping up on time here. We have about 2 more minutes. Quickly asked each of our people to give everyone just like an actionable item from this talk. I love action items. I can go first if anyone's, okay. I'll get mine out of the way. So for me, I think even if you didn't attend, a Sundance or a Cannes or a South by, go to their website and make a list of all the films. If you want to make a short film, make a list of the director, the writer, and all the producers on it. They list all the credits out there. It's public information.
And there's emails.
There's emails. And try and watch their short if you can. But I think I've met a lot of people who are like, oh, I want to apply my short to Sundance. And I'm like, oh, like what, films have you seen from Sundance that you liked or whatever, and they haven't seen any because they haven't gone or they didn't do a virtual pass. And I think that can be like to your detriment. If you want to know, what caliber of film they're programming, then you should know, and also just know the people making the films, because in a couple years, I'm sure they'll be making a feature. Or like, for example, for Cannes, I made a whole spreadsheet of every feature film there, every producer, executive director, writer, and director on it, and so I knew what project they were attached to. I think that can be really, really helpful, and it's all like public information, so it's great research to do. So do some research on a festival.
I would love that. Anyone else have some action items for the audience?
Okay, just to piggyback off that, I wasn't going to say this originally, but also research the festival programmers, because a lot of them are open to like emails, and just you can shoot them your work on the side and get any critique or feedback before you officially submit. So that's another tidbit.
Don't do it right before the festival.
No, you're right.
Expect a
Please.
response.
Oh my God. Definitely don't,
right
build
after
a relationship.
it ends.
Yeah. But what I was going to say was, we were talking a lot about community building, networking, finding your crew, your network. Something that when I was at South by a few years ago, I was listening in the audience to a panel of the decision makers, the development folks from different streamers, and one guy basically, this similar question was asked, but it was more generally like, what would you suggest to this audience? And this one guy said 5 words that stuck with me, and he's like, don't be an asshole. Or is that 4 words? And that rang true for me, because so many, I've been in the rooms on crews on the back end of films productions where I have actually heard folks, producers, directors, looking through folks if they needed an extra hand of a PA or whatever, and say, nope, they're difficult to work with, next. And have moved on and taken someone who was a novice over someone who maybe knew a little more, because that person was more easy to work with, or was a sponge and would more easily soak up the information. So when you're at networking things, when you're at festivals, wherever, in this room at Filmscape this weekend, like, just don't be an asshole. Maybe that's a relative term, I don't know, but there are plenty of assholes surely who have made it and have done great things, but just on a human level, just be human, be a nice human. Don't be an asshole, and it will take you far. I have never applied to any job I've had in the film industry, and I think it's just because humbling yourself and taking on work that people give you, and be ready to learn and be sociable and be friendly.
I was going to say, reach out to your group text right now and ask them who wants to go to a film festival together. Something like that. And then maybe weed out that person that might have joined the cult.
For networking, my biggest tip is going off of what Natalia said, just being really human. But instead of focusing on quantity, and this is maybe with cold emailing or just meeting with people in person, but focus on the quality. And if you just emailed 10 people a week, but you spent over an hour researching that very specific person that you want to reach out to, I got an email the other day. Do not write one like this, please, ever. It was like trying to be cool. It was like, yo, dude, your work is so sick. I've been watching it all week. Anyways, I'm an editor. I'd love to edit work for you. Not a single mention of a specific project, not a single specific question, nothing. But if you email someone and you specifically compliment or ask a question about a project they recently put out, people put out work because they want that recognition and they want people to reach out to them. So, but make it really personal, because no one wants an email that's like, hey, yeah, your film was really good. It was impactful. Anyways, I'm an editor. Can I edit your next film? No one, you wouldn't want to work with that person. So why would you send an email like that? Make it super personal. I extensively use LinkedIn, use Instagram, check up on people, like their posts, comment, send an email, and keep following up. If you can build a system for consistent follow-ups every month or two, make a color-coded spreadsheet, Google Docs, whatever, consistently follow up with people, because amazing things will happen when you focus more on the quality than the quantity.
Amazing, Amani.
Yeah. There's so many things. Well, definitely follow the trades. If you're not following the trades, like Hollywood Reporter, Variety, all those, it's just a great way to like stay up to date and such. And then with the research part, I really love IMDb Pro, with just like being able to capture those companies too, where it's like any dream companies, like, you know, you can go on there and like track them and track like what projects they have coming out and like what they're doing. Like, oh, how could like my work kind of like fit into maybe like what they're pivoting into, whether it's like the A24s, Neons and stuff. So you can explore an IMDb Pro membership. Sometimes there's like promo codes at different festivals because they sponsor different festivals. Or I think there's like a student code maybe, but it can be like a little pricey. But it's very worth it. So definitely suggest like just trying that out, even on the free trial. There is a free trial. And yeah, use Instagram.
Amazing. Well, we're over time, so
Thanks for
we're gonna
having
have to
me.
end it. But thank you all. Thank you everyone for coming, and we'll see you around.
See you around.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. How you all doing this afternoon? Give yourself a round of applause. So I am so grateful to be here, so happy to see you all here, and shout out to Filmscape and Stan at Sin City. We're so happy to be here today. Representing Excel Fest, my name is Troy Pryor, founder of Creative Cypher and Excel Film Fest. We are really excited about the growth of this festival. Being able to be in community with so many amazing and talented individuals in Chicago, and what we really emphasize is that you are enough. There are so many great individuals here that we want to continue to create platforms for what already exists without needing to reinvent the wheel. So that's what our festival is about. And today we're going to talk to some of the amazing filmmakers that AMC Networks worked with this past year and licensed their content. So without further ado, again, thank you all so much. By the way, XL Fest is coming up August 14th through the 23rd. And when you go on today, pre-sale tickets are available. Type in the code Filmscape for your discount, but tickets are available. Without further ado, I'm gonna bring up the amazing, the lovely, the talented Cortland Kelly coming up, yeah.
Thank you, Troy. My panelists, will you join me on stage and we'll sort of get started that way? All right, hi everyone. How's everyone doing? We're hot, we're glowing.
Yes.
We feel good, happy summer. It's obviously Chicago's favorite season. To introduce myself first, I'm Cortland Kelly, I'm a film critic. I'm dabbling in programming, and I deeply care about Chicago's cinematic community. I have been here in the city for a number of years. Went to school, went to grad school, did the whole thing. I have a publication called The Art Idiot, where I write, and I also write for RogerEbert.com. I would like to begin by having you all introduce yourselves, names, pronouns, a little bit about the many hats that you wear, and also your favorite movie.
I'll start. I'm Mackenzie Chin. My pronouns are she, her. And I'm a multidisciplinary artist, but I'm here because one of those disciplines is filmmaking. My short film, A Real One, was part of the XL Fest collection that was screening earlier this year on AMC Plus. And yeah, I'm also an actor, among other things. Great, yes. Oh, my favorite movie. Yes. Oh, geez. On any given day, probably Do the Right Thing.
Hi, everybody. I'm Patrick Wimp. I am a filmmaker, a film educator. I write, I produce, I direct. The film that was a part of this AMC showcase was a film called Mr. Abbott, which is a documentary about the founder of the Chicago Defender. What else is on this list? Movies. My favorite movies, we're gonna go 3 because there's never just one, there's more like 10. Ghostbusters, Friday, and The Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
Hey y'all, what's up, what's up? My name's Latariana Perry. I go by LT for short, for those that don't know. I'm a film producer, an assistant director, an actor. I pretty much branched off and went wherever the money was in that moment. I was the producer and the assistant director, and I also acted in the project called The Come Up, which was on AMC Plus, and I go by he, him. Favorite movie, The Goonies.
Good afternoon. My name is George Olsey Jr. I am a writer and director, pronouns he, him, his. I wrote and directed the short film Cottage Grove. Favorite film, I think artistically, Belle de Jour, but like my home is The Grinch.
Which one? Which one?
The only one, Jim Carrey.
The Tyler, the Creator album from the 2018 The Grinch is pretty good.
Okay,
so.
good to know.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for introducing yourselves. It's a pleasure to be moderating you on this panel this afternoon. To sort of
I want to, I pose questions in mind with like the audience and sort of what they're looking to gain, and also so that you all can sort of have a reflective experience on your careers thus far. So in theme of this class with like rising stars, I would love for each of you to describe sort of the process in which you like, what's the first hat that you wore, and sort of like how do you so gracefully move through the many hats that you wear? And if it's like more helpful to ground that, like, does your creative practice extend beyond movies, and like how did you eventually like land in filmmaking?
Okay, yeah, I started off as an actor. I went to undergrad, conservatory, all that, came to Chicago, pivoted to marketing and PR work before going back into acting. And then I was tired of that, so I started writing and directing. So in terms of my practice, I always, when I'm screenwriting or making a short film, I'm always thinking the distribution part. It's not enough just to make a great piece of work. How do you get it to new audiences that are outside of your family, your friends, people who love films? So yeah, I think in terms of my practice, it's making quality work sure that is grounded in great performances and challenges people, but then also how can I get this out of the world that does not rely on these structures that are kind of insular.
Whew, okay, I like that one. Repeat the ending part one more time.
Sure. So, what is the hat that you began wearing, and like how did you get to where you are now? And at any point, did your creative practice extend beyond movies and filmmaking?
Yeah, so I pretty much got started when I was 14. I used to be a background dancer for different artists. I actually manage one of the artists now. His name is D-Lo. He's a bop god from out west in Chicago. So pretty much that's how I got started, and then I branched off into politics when I graduated, and I started working for 2 different mayors. I'm born and raised in Gary, Indiana, by the way. Love Chicago, but born and raised in Gary, Indiana, y'all know. So I started working for the mayor of Gary, Indiana, and the mayor of Portage, Indiana as a youth speaker, which got me into nonprofits, and everything pretty much was entertainment. So I was like, okay, yeah, this is just something I'm going to have to do. And then when I became an actor, if you're an actor in here, you know that it comes and it goes. It's not always steady. So it's like, oh, you may become SAG and then you make all of this money. You're like, oh, it's so good. And then your next project isn't until another year later. So now you're living off of just $1,000 paycheck or something. So it's like, you know, it comes and goes. So that made me branch into becoming a PA. And then that's when I started liking it, PA. And I was like, okay, who really runs the ship? And it all kept going back to the assistant director. So that made me want to become an assistant director. And then I started working very closely with producers, and that's how I became a producer.
It's wonderful. For me, I like this kind of question about wearing hats, because like my career has largely been defined by like how many hats do you have to wear to like keep doing the thing, right? Like that's really what it's kind of been about. So I came to filmmaking through writing. Writing is the thing that I think comes the most naturally to me. In wonderful fashion, I was about like 2 months about to graduate with a business degree in undergrad, and then I fell in love with screenwriting, and so completely changed my career path and had to start over. And so that kind of brought me to graduate school, where it was like, oh, like I want to make these films, and I then started a production company kind of quick out of there. Early on, worked a lot as a cinematographer and a camera person, because there's a lot more jobs for people who can pick up a camera than like, I want to be a director. And so, kind of have just kind of evolved through all those things, right? Most of us here, I think, can probably claim that title producer, because when you're in the indie space, the low budget space, like generally you're self-generating. If not the whole thing, you're at least producing a part of it. And so, jumping through all those hats has allowed me to keep, doing different versions of what I do, and, created opportunities, over like 15 years, which makes me feel old now.
I'm a writer too. And George, like you, I started as an actor. That's what I knew I wanted to be an actor from a really young age. And that's what I studied in undergrad, and I foolishly doubled down on that for graduate school. That's what brought me to Chicago. I went to DePaul, and specifically because I thought DePaul had a great reputation, and Chicago had an amazing theater reputation. And I was like, I want to be in the heart of it, you know? So I did grad school, which was a great choice for me. And then I graduated and started working in theater pretty quickly. But I also had a day job because theater never quite paid the bills. I would get these auditions for plays and also for, some film and television, which was really starting to come up in Chicago around that time. And I found myself just constantly disappointed by what was available to me. I felt like I was always like the supporting best friend and like the black best friend. And I was so bored, and I felt like, oh my gosh, I have so much more to offer, so much more to say. And I also, at the time, I had a really non-demanding day job. And I would use company time to write. And I found myself just writing, I found myself writing a screenplay. I thought I was gonna be a writer when I was, before I thought I was gonna be an actor. And I just, I just did it. Do you know what I mean? Like, nobody ever taught me how, but I felt like I'd read enough plays and enough screenplays that I could figure it out and Google what I didn't know how to do. Long story short, I was able to actually make that film. Things came together really quickly and really serendipitously, and that's when I realized, oh, this is an actual lane for me, and I'm not going to be satisfied solely being an actor. So I knew that if I could, in writing, I realized, oh, I actually have a vision, so the next thing I need to figure out how to do is direct. And so that's when I started paving that path for myself. And I also, I don't talk about this a whole lot, but what I'm realizing is really important to my journey was that I also started writing poetry, because that felt like something that was just for me, and I was never trying to make money off of it. I was never trying to sell it, but it was the thing that I was able to connect to a broader artist community in Chicago. Through poetry, I started does anybody know about Salanathon, the late great Salanathon? Yay, okay, one person knows about the late great Salanathon. It was a bunch of weird, super weird, underground, independent artists doing weird stuff at Beauty Bar on a Monday night. And so I got to meet like performance artists and musicians and dancers and public speakers and politicians, and all of those people have like deeply informed my sensibility as an artist. I don't have a whole lot of hard technical skills, right? Like I could probably point a camera at something and make it look good in like a verite kind of way, but like I really rely on collaborators to do my work. And so having, being in community with a lot of other kinds of artists is a part of kind of like my multidisciplinary nature, and I think really enriches my work as a filmmaker.
Thank you all so much. I think each of you have very unique stories, but I think a through thread that leads me well into my next question. There's a quote that I don't really know who it's from, but it's the harder you work, the luckier you get. And I think a lot of like what I hear you to be saying is you all have like worn many hats, you've had the multiple jobs, but you've also worked very hard, and you've gone for opportunities that helped you lead to a certain place, but also, like the timing and the luck sort of have a play. That being said, it sounds like each of you have had some like formal and informal education that has really been crucial for your careers. Could you speak more to that, and what was your decision in going the more formal route or the informal route, and how do you continue to seek those things in your practice? Like, do you have a self-study, and so yeah. Do we want to start here this time?
The middle, no. We'll start in the middle.
We'll start in the middle.
The middle it is. Okay, so yeah, I went to DePaul. I did a master's at DePaul in digital cinema, primarily because I didn't really know where else to start, right? Like I was coming to this with, zero production experience and just kind of writing some scripts on my own. And I think that has been, monumental in kind of pretty much almost everything that I've been a part of. Now kind of going along with that, film school is really expensive. I don't necessarily say that everyone needs to go to film school. The thing that I think it provides, which I don't know if this is the question, but it's the thing that's top of mind, and I'm someone who teaches at film schools at college, so it's top of mind, is it provides a network and it provides access to equipment to like try things and fail. And that's really important, right? Those are the things that are hardest to solve. You can go online and figure out how to shoot something that looks fantastic off of YouTube. But it's going to be very difficult for you to crew up your thing or meet the people who are like you, who are going to grow with you, you know, to put you in the places you need to be going forward. So that's like my stance on education. But again, like I teach, I love to teach. And I think for me, that's always kind of an ongoing reciprocal education piece. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I got for now.
Okay, I like that. I like that. So for myself, I grew up in a single parent home, just my mother there. So I really had to lean on my family when growing up. And so with me leaning on my family, that's how I became an actor. I just took everything I seen in everyday life that was going on around me. I don't know if y'all know much about Gary, Indiana, but we don't really have nothing there. So pretty much they always kept throwing me out for thug roles. So I used to just take anything that was around me and just look and like, okay, embody that person. So pretty much that's how I got started, and that's where it all originated for me. I would say to people that is looking for like something as well, just always have your own safe space. Like for myself, when I do start sometimes getting overwhelmed, even when as a producer, I usually just like go into, I do have my own little room, and it's just like a script that I will have. And sometimes I just sleep with it, you know, because it is very stressful. Like the long hours, all of that is very, very stressful. So for myself, I lean to my family. They're like really my support, and that's how I pretty much get through everything. Acting, producing. I became a producer because of how my mom was, you know, training us, and so, yeah.
The question was like formal training versus...
Yeah, like informal or formal like education that you've had, and also like how do you implement self-study?
Yeah, okay. So yeah, again, I knew I wanted to be an actor really, really strongly. And you know, when I decided to go to grad school for acting, I did it for two reasons. One, I wanted to just be like, I wanted to be like scary good at what I did. You know, I wanted to be like formidable.
And you are.
Well, thank you so much. And also, I wanted like the option to be able to teach at the, you know, in higher education at some point. So, you know, I feel like I was able to accomplish, you know, that by going to grad school. And also like structure. I thrive in structure, right? I like being able to kind of like scale my path. And I think graduate school for acting like really offered me that. Of course, I found out I was a filmmaker after the fact. I, you know, can't afford another grad school run. I would actually really love to go to film school. I would really love to pick up some technical skills, but I'm just at a point in my life where I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be able to do that in a structured environment. So that has meant, as I realized, oh, I'm a screenwriter, oh, I'm a filmmaker, oh, I'm a director, that means I've had to create opportunities for myself to get good at what I need to do, right? Like if there's opportunities for me to learn more about cinematography, I take them. Right now, I had a baby last year, so I don't know how much time I'm gonna have to figure out editing in a really powerful way. Maybe in like 5 years, but you know, I'll hold out hope. At any rate, at this point in my life, the work I make now is, you know, I take it very seriously, right? And there's real stakes connected to it for me. But it's also practice, right? Like, obviously, I want to succeed, but you know, not having had that safe space in film school to fail, I have to allow myself to kind of reach that far, right? To like risk failure in order to be able to do what I want to do now at this level. And then, of course, everything that I take in is study. I saw a quote the other day that was like, that said, "You are a museum of everything you've ever loved," right? I forget who said that, but I really try to look carefully at the things that I do love so that I can understand why I love them and understand how they might be at work in me and manifesting in the work that I do. So, you know, I'm reading, almost finished the first book I've read since giving birth. It's like a real accomplishment. Please clap.
What book?
Thank you. So hard, you guys.
Which book is it?
It's called Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow.
Oh,
it's actually
wonderful
the One
book.
Book, One Chicago selection for this year.
Wonderful book.
But it's been such a phenomenal experience reading. But it's also like I'm reminding myself, oh, structurally, this is what is happening. Oh, character-wise, this is really smart and powerful, and I see what she's doing here. So everything that I find myself drawn to becomes a lesson if I allow myself to look at it with that lens.
Thank you. And George?
Yeah, I think there is benefits for going to formal training, and really grateful for graduate school with DePaul to learn my craft as a director. I wanted to enhance my technical side. Going to your second point about our continued practice, what I'm challenging myself to do is to be present. It's very easy to fall into these moments of like, let's watch movies, get the technical things, blah, 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 and which is great. It's needed in your tool set. But also what is needed is a self-awareness and self-actuality. So it's like, who are you as a person? And once you have those tools, anybody can copy, you know, Martin Scorsese, but what are you gonna bring differently to it? And that's what I'm doing as my own restorative practice is like, am I spending enough time with myself? Am I journaling? Am I doing things that I like? Because those things are going to make your project different, not the skill set, not how nice the light looks. It's like who you are coming through the screen, through the story, through the performances, and that, I believe, is the hard work.
Oh my gosh, can I respond to that too?
Go
Like,
ahead.
make this
Yeah,
like a
please.
that was such a powerful lesson to me as well. Like I've been a very fairly ambitious person in my life, right? So I've always, you know, wanted to achieve the thing, wanted to book the role, wanted to, you know, get into the festival, blah blah blah. And then I realized at a certain point, oh my gosh, every time I accomplish something, immediately I start looking for how is this a step on the ladder to the next thing?
Yeah.
And I was not taking the time to simply be in the place that I was. I was not taking the time to just be at the festival or be doing the play. And I realized that if I continue to do that, I'm going to get to the end of my life and feel like I never did anything because I wasn't able to appreciate just where I was. And I think that's all to say that I think one of the most important things about being someone in the arts at all is actually like living your life. I always say the most boring actors are the ones I know, the more boring actors I know are the ones who only ever talk about acting. Because it's like, what do you actually have to say if you're not engaging with the world, engaging in your life, have interests outside of just the field? What's informing your art if you're not a person in the world? So, yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. And that actually leads me really well into my next question is a book I'm reading right now. It's called Writers and Lovers. It's very like beachy read. And it mentions like the best stories. It's more about like novelist, but the best stories are ones that are a slice of life and also an allegory. And so what I understand you to be saying is how it's important for you to live your life and do everything. But as creatives, we tend to, because you're in that freelance mode, you have to like, we gotta pay our bills, you know, you gotta do these things. You're always sort of like searching and like trying to like generate that next thing. You're your own catalyst. So what has it been like for you all to learn how to set boundaries for yourself? And, you know, like how are you mindful of that? Is that still something you're trying to learn? I would love to hear how that's been for you.
I'll start with this one. It's very, very difficult, I would say. Especially with being an assistant director, you know, you run the ship. So, you know, your director may want one thing and your producer may want another thing. And so it's pretty difficult, but at the same time, it's very important. So for myself, the way that I am going about it and setting my boundaries is really depending on my team. Just knowing the people that I hired and putting my trust into them, knowing that, you know, they're hired for a reason, they're capable of doing it, so that's the way I'm trying to set it. As soon as I want to speak on certain things, I'm like, okay, hold on, wait, set that boundary, stop, And I think, and then, because in film, everything is super, super fast. Everyone feels like you don't have a time to just take a moment and think. But if you take that 5 seconds, it'll save you 30 more seconds down the line. So the way I'm setting my boundary is when I'm about to speak, I stop, I hold my lip, and I just count to 3 seconds.
That's really smart and good advice. I'm going to pause this really quick to make a quick announcement.
Hey folks, if anybody has an Audi parked in the loading dock, I need it to move really right now. Anyone's vehicle, I have a license plate number. I don't see any looks of recognition, which is delightful. I don't want to interrupt this class, so I'm going to go ask other classes. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good job, everybody. All right. Does anyone want to take a stab at that next?
Boundaries. I'm still learning them. To be honest, like I think. Yeah, I'm still learning them. That's all I have to say. Because I follow the impulse when I have a story, like, oh, I need to write it now. But sometimes it's like, you need to give yourself time to let the story cook a little bit. And I think in this capitalist system, in this culture of grind, it's like, you need to be putting out things now, output, output, output. And what I found is that my voice gets weaker and weaker if I follow that model. So now, when I feel the urge to, like, I need to put out something, I'm like, actually just take 2 days off and see if that story still resonates with you, or you need to put it out, because that method has moved my career forward as opposed to like network grind, all that stuff. When I'm actually being present, again, when I'm actually being intentional with connecting with people, when I'm telling the stories that matter to me the most, then it moves forward.
George, you hit a thing that I think is really important. There's kind of 2 things that work for me. The first that you just said is like becoming like choosy with what you do, right? Like you only have so much time. And, you know, if you're looking at it as movies, I call everything a movie if it's a TV show. It's like you're only going to make so many things, right, over the course of your career, your life, whatever. And so, you know, as things come your way, right, it's really worth looking at it and being like, is this worth my time? Like, does this really matter to me? And that can be different things. It could be like, it makes me a bunch of money, so it matters. Or it, you know, is something I care deeply about, right? There's different answers to that question that I think really help. The other piece, like Mackenzie, you answered, or you mentioned having a baby, right? Like when I started to have kids, that kind of forced, well, I personally didn't have the kids, but that started to kind of force me to keep a more normal schedule, because I just literally couldn't do what George is talking about. And so like now it's like I don't do stuff on the weekend unless I really have to, right? Again, is it something that's important? Is it a bunch of money? Is it a deadline? Whatever. But like I keep a lot more of a, not necessarily like 9 to 5, but like normal business hours life. And that's created balance for me quite a bit.
Yeah, I have a couple of mantras. One is that rest is productive. Like rest is incredibly productive. Rest is absolutely necessary for the creative process. I read a book a couple of years ago before I had a baby called Bird by Bird. Has anybody read that book? Highly recommend if you haven't read it. But it talks about how the process of writing specifically, but I think this is the case for other creative endeavors as well, is a highly subconscious process. That when you're sitting down at your laptop or your computer and doing this, like that's simply transcribing. Everything that you've actually written it's somewhere inside of you. It's in what you're living, it's in what your brain is doing when you're sleeping. And so you need time for those things to cook, like George said, in order for there to be something for you to transcribe. So I really remind myself that even when I'm not actively doing, I'm still like generating. I'm still, if I'm being present, I'm still engaged in a creative act, and that's absolutely critical if I want to do anything that has meaning or quality. Also, now having a baby who is, has demands around the clock, I just have to be disciplined about how I show up to my practice. And honestly, that same level of discipline, when I've been able to manage it pre-baby, has also served me. I think it's, all well and good for moments where the muse descends and you're like, oh my gosh, it's all coming to me perfectly, I feel like Mozart out here. but you can't depend on that, right? I have always found it really useful to like show up, whether I'm feeling it or not. As long as I continue to show up in the ways that I have defined are useful for myself, whether that's waking up at 8 a.m. and getting 2 hours in before I have to go do something else, or now trying to make my brain function after the baby goes to bed. Showing up consistently serves me, but it also creates a boundary so that I can also like attend to the other responsibilities that I have outside of that. And then I also, just like George said, right, there's always all this pressure, right? Especially with social media, you're like, oh, this person's doing that. Oh my God, this person got that. This person's doing that. It can feel like, the big jealousy monster can crop up, and there can be all of this pressure. But I have to remind myself, it's more than just like, oh, I have to run my race, is that nothing in nature blooms all year, right? We're part of the natural world, and the natural world goes dormant. It takes time to rest. It takes time to regenerate. And then when it's time, it shows up.
Thank you for that visual. I think that's very beautiful for how to consider. And then, George, what you mentioned too of, even as like a writer, I think my craft and like with criticism is also something where it's like, I have this great idea, and then even though I like my cookies like underbaked, like it doesn't mean that everyone else does. And so I thank you all for sharing a bit more about like that, what that looks like for you. I want to ask not the uncomfortable question, but something that I know I don't always like to lead with, because I think that as creators of color, particularly like of like the Black diaspora, we get put in that box of we are this thing, and like you get tokenized and everything. And so I would love to know how you've sort of dealt with that, and like can you I want you to be like really honest and like honest, like not in a call out way, but just, do you feel that you are now in a space where you can be like unapologetic and not having to like over explain, your ideas or your perspective, or like maybe why you shouldn't do something? What has that been like? How has that evolved?
God. All right, I'll step to the firing line. It has been a challenge, I will say that. I think, Blackness is not a monolith. We all know that any identity is not a monolith. And particularly for Cottage Grove, it was a journey, because I thought this film was good enough. It's a father-son story about reconciliation. Oh yeah, my community is gonna take it in. Crickets. Crickets from film festivals, and I'm actually kind of grateful that our festival rise started downward, because I needed to get knocked off the pedestal a little bit. I was like a big fish, small pond mentality. And it got me back to my why of why did I create this story? Why is this story important? And after I got over that, no matter if it was a black, white, brown, whatever festival or audience received it, I was grateful for it. I would say there is a challenge with specifically sometimes black festivals that are looking for certain tropes. And if you blend certain genres or do things that may not be, I don't want to say palatable, or just like non-traditional, there's a question, is this film a black film? I've had that question. I'm like, well, my two black leads are black. I'm black. I'm from the South. I think I'm black. But I think it comes down to taste. So what I've resolved in my mind is, going back to my PR mindset, is your audience will find you, and you have to cultivate that audience. So no matter what identity, what expression that is, if they attach to your work, feed them.
Thank you.
Honestly, I don't know. I'm still trying to navigate through it.
That's real.
Especially with me being so young and being of color, it makes it even more difficult, especially when people see me, they automatically think, oh, he's a kid. And I'm not a kid, and yes, I am African American, but I am here and I am your boss, and I'm going to show up and I'm going to do my job. So that's why when I usually come onto a set or something, I usually set the rules automatically as the AD or as the producer for the director or whoever it is that I'm working with, whether they're of color or whether they're not, because a lot of people think, oh, you're of color. Like you said, the people of color, the black people are going to want it. It's not always like that. So, Honestly, yeah, I'm still just navigating through it. Especially with just being young and being black, I'm still navigating through it. Especially with meeting, Netflix and people like this, and they're looking at you. They're like, okay, he's a young black kid. We could get over on him, or we could just lowball him. But that's when I always tell people, really, like Troy Pryor, the guy who was up here earlier, the founder of the XL Film Festival and Creative Cypher, like he's been such a huge outlet for me, so that I can have someone like that. So honestly, that's kind of how I'm navigating it, is leaning on the people who I know that's been there and that has done it before me, and really just trying to navigate myself still.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to add super quickly to that, like, I know I sometimes get in my own bubble with all of us sitting on this panel and looking at our very like diverse crowd as well, of like, wow, like I feel very surrounded by us, and then you get in the world and you're like, wait a minute, like, and you still often are the only one in the room or at the table. So thank you. Mackenzie,
yeah, no, it's tricky because people don't say plainly, I'm discriminating against you. They're not like, hey, you're our token. Like you, man, like so much of being black in America, there's so much reading between the lines that you have to do. It's like extra labor.
Unpaid labor.
That we should be compensated for in the form of reparations. That is another conversation for another day. But I think, like was said earlier, I have to tell my truth and not worry too much about how it's going to make other people feel. And that if I am telling what I feel is the truth, then I'm guaranteed to find people for whom that is also their truth. And those are the people who need to receive this story as much as I need to tell it. I do think there's something to be said for trying to be a bit strategic. So, a real one is the short that, was at festivals in 2023 and a little bit in 2024. I got to develop the feature version of it at the Sundance Labs and some other really lovely labs around the country. Yeah, very, very fortunate. Sometimes I have felt, and I will say right now, I'm so grateful for that experience and for all the experiences I've gotten to have. I've had a number of fellowships and grants and other really lovely opportunities through that project. I still don't have financing for this film, right? I get told up and down how important it is, how moved people are, how excited they are, and how this movie needs to be made. But nobody is like handing over the cash, right, yet, to make this movie. And so sometimes I'm left feeling like, damn, was I more benefit to this organization than they were to me, right? Is my blackness, my womanness, this kind of cred for them they get to put on their website and like get their support from? So I find myself a little bit on guard about that because I don't want what I have to offer to be exploited and then I'm not able to continue to do what I need to do, right? That said, about being strategic, my producer for A Real One and also the producer for the feature version of A Real One is Lisa Masur, who's a wonderful producer here in Chicago and is such a powerful advocate for filmmakers, especially who experience marginalization, who might not have opportunities to make work that other folks might have. And I think it's really great that she's a white lady, frankly. I have this pretty black story that I think in the wrong hands could be misunderstood. And I think it's strategically really wonderful that Lisa, who has a lot of credibility and good taste, is able to say, as a white woman, hey, this story is something that you should listen to, regardless of what biases you may not even be aware that you have. So I think just being strategic and knowing just kind of how the world works and making choices, some choices around that is useful.
Yeah, I love that note about strategy because like a lot of time when I teach up and coming screenwriters, filmmakers, right, like, if you can check a box of being a marginalized person that there are a lot of opportunities for, like you should. Because this is all really hard and darn near impossible anyway. So like if you can, if your identity positions you to have opportunities, that's important. But to your point, Mackenzie, like there's a whole bunch of gunk kind of that comes along with it. For me personally, there's kind of a couple of things that come to mind. So like first as like a mixed race person, a black dad and a white mom, there was an early part of my career where it was like, how much, like license do I have to tell a certain type of black stories? But those were the stories that were kind of like part of my identity. And as I kind of got over my own, BS, which you never really get over, but like as I was kind of more comfortable leaning into, that identity and that storytelling, not only did I find the work more fulfilling, but like audiences did as well. And so that was really important. But like to kind of the bigger, being put in a box, like there's a, small story I'll tell is so, now like 5 years ago, I sold a TV show to HBO Max. It's called Brothers in the Suburbs, or Brothers from the Suburbs, about black kids growing up in the suburbs. And so when I was pitching that show around, you go and you meet like all the networks and stuff. And I remember we pitched to Hulu, and they're like, this is really cool, great pitch, really great stuff, but it's too much like this show we have on TV, which the show was woke. I don't know if anyone's ever seen woke, but my show was not like woke, right? It was not like woke in any type of way, but like that was like, and we were kind of in the middle of the, first Trump era black renaissance of creativity. And I'm like, oh, like it's still like this, right? Like there's still only room for like one at the table. And so that was just an interesting eye-opener to me. But, it was also, I think, the through line of everyone here, probably there's a version of, like, you just keep knocking at the door, right? And hopefully something opens at some point.
Thank you all so much for your vulnerability and sharing those different experiences and sort of how you navigate those things. I have one last question, and then I will turn it to our audience in case anyone has questions to ask. And what I want to hopefully leave everyone with is, what is one of the mysteries of the movie industry that you would love to like peel the curtain back on? When you first started, for those in the audience who may be curious or sort of navigating that same thing. You can share more than one.
Well, I guess I'll say I'm pausing because I feel like so far I have functioned really outside of, I think, what people kind of consider the industry. I still feel very indie with it. And, there's a reason I haven't moved to LA. I want to tell the stories I want to tell on my own terms. And I question whether or not I'd be able to do that as powerfully, as freely, and as affordably if I was in LA. So I actually don't know how to answer that question, because I have, I think, up until this point, kind of avoided being kind of in the heart of things, and I always talk about becoming a filmmaker kind of through a side door, right? I thought I was just going to be an actor, and then I used what I learned as an actor to become a filmmaker. And I think if I ever really enter the industry, the industry, as it were, right, the studio system, et cetera, it'll also be through a side door. It'll be through, my own projects, my own ideas, and what I'm interested in generating.
Thank you.
I would love to kind of piggyback off that, because I think you hit something that's really important, and that's like, whatever you're trying to do, right? Kind of understanding that like success is subjective, right? It's about like what's there for you. For some people, it's like, if I don't direct a Star Wars movie, I will never live, right? And for some people, it's like, I have these stories that I just want to tell, and so I think, obviously as you kind of grow up, the media you consume is from mass media, right? It's from big corporations and so on, and you start to discover other things. And I think, at least for me, in the back of my head, when I was like starting out in this, it was like there's a tier system, right? Of like, to your point, Mackenzie, it's like I haven't made it if I'm not in LA doing dot 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 dot. But like as I've kind of done it for a while, it's like, well, for me, there's a lot more value in like actually getting to make a thing than chasing something that might never happen. Again, for somebody else, they might not have that opinion, but I think kind of bringing it back to the like you of it all or any of us, it's really like about valuing yourself and evaluating like what is important to you, what is a good life for you, whether that's creatively or personally, and then positioning yourself to make that happen as opposed to like some kind of oddly imposed standard that it may not be the right thing for you to do.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with them, honestly, in a way. It's like, yeah, I just agree with them, honestly. I really don't have much to add. He topped it off, so it's like, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think a mystery that I am trying to figure out and walk through is just this is a numbers game. Like the industry is all about numbers and stats, and we say film business, but we don't lean into the business enough. And I am not a person that's strong with numbers and statistics and those things, but if you're trying to do the traditional way of making a project, you have to be very comfortable with negotiating those things. So what does it mean for your return of investment on a project? You may love it, but am I going to make money off of it? And I think that's the hard fact of like commerce and art in the traditional standard. Now, if you're independent, I think that conversation is more is clearer, but I think that is also still something that you have to wrestle with. I wrestle with is how can I get the numbers to support either making this project or sustaining this project to make another? Because we love our work, but we need money to make it. And so the more I'm trying to get fluent in talking money and being okay, I know that's uncomfortable, at least how I grew up in my Black family. That was not what we talked about. But if you want to take that next step forward, I would encourage talk about money in your project, even if you're making a shoestring budget of $5. Know how you're allocating the money and set that standard for it.
Can I add one thing?
Please.
Yeah. Just thinking about money. A lot of times, I like to make just a good tender drama. That's my lane. Love that, right?
Me
right
too.
now, right? Right now, everybody's like, make a thriller, make a horror, make a genre film because those sell, right? Those tend to be easier to sell. They tend to make money. And I think a mystery that I'm trying to unravel is the balance between doing something that you think is just there's demand for versus doing something that you just feel strongly about and that you can do well and serve up in a really beautiful and still commercially viable way. And the kind of truth that I'm just kind of trying to unfurl for myself right now is that I can do what I want. I can do what I want. I always do what I want. But also, I can trust that if I do it well, that it can be profitable. I don't know, right? It's a mystery because it's a question that I'm trying to unravel. I'm thinking a lot about Sinners and how Sinners was like genre, right? I see your genre, I don't care about it, and I'm gonna make this movie that does all of these crazy things, and it's not gonna be a franchise film. It's gonna be totally original IP. It's gonna be about Black people. It's gonna be about Black things and also vampires, y'all. So I'm trying to kind of live in the I do what I want space.
And I think that's, to segue it back to future, Excel Fest, it's we all, for our projects on paper, it's why would I give money to this? But because we were so strong in our views, then Troy, shout out to Troy, Excel Festival, it was easily for AMC Plus, okay, this is worth it. So I think there's something about staying true to your work and then using that doorway to okay, then I got the facts to back it up on why my short did well or why this is marketable for something else.
I think what I really hear all you be saying and what I think to be true in my own creative career so far is people do pay for passion. And that is something that I just want to like blanket that there. And the other thing is, it is crazy to me how all industries are ultimately like Moneyball. Yeah. So, do we have any questions from our audience? I can bop around and give you the microphone. If not, it's okay.
I'd like to just say something.
Please.
To add in back on the
Yes,
last subject.
please.
If you're strictly a creative in here and like you only want to act or you only want to direct or you only want to be on the creative portion, it's always good to have someone in your corner that is a producer or someone that is the business, because creativity is going to get you somewhere, but the business portion, you're never going to get anywhere without that portion. So that is something that is very, very key to have. A producer that is really big told me once before that I always went into my projects 50-50. 50% creativity, 50% business. And pre-production is the portion where you're supposed to be, as they say, 80% business, 20% creativity, and then your creativity really emerges once you're on set. And as a creative myself, before I got into business, I couldn't necessarily do that, so I had to have someone that was in my corner that was there, that was like, okay, yeah, I love this, but instead of the car blowing up, and we're gonna see the car blowing up, we're just gonna get it in a different angle. And so you always want that business person there, just to make sure that it is possible, because we all have our dreams, and so we want them to be possible.
Thank you for adding that. Yeah. Oh, thank you for bringing the microphone.
I can just, here we go. I guess this question could be for anyone, but kind of like appending that conversation about rules. When have you broken a rule that you're supposed to follow? And then maybe like, how did you know it was going to work out? So for me, for example, or to give context, people are like, when you shoot a short film, only like 2 locations, only like 3 actors. When I shot my short film, we did like 6 locations. It worked out. I wouldn't like recommend people do it, but like, what's a moment where like y'all broke a rule that maybe you didn't know you should have? But yeah, I see George kind of stirring, so maybe go.
Yeah, I mean, with Cottage Grove, it leans really into like French New Wave filmmaking, and what I was taught, you need coverage. And I had a lively conversation with my thesis chair, and I had to defend every choice that I made. And it was helpful because film is relative, but in this market, American cinema is just like, you want every angle, you want all those people. But for me, that was not the intention of this story. I was like, we're locking in on every single shot, and I was able to articulate why I broke that rule. So that was an example. It worked out. We got on AMC Plus, plug. But I think just in general, like if you're gonna break a rule, back it up. Know why you're doing it, as opposed to just like, I'm just doing it just to be, I'm artsy, I'm cool. It's like, everybody's artsy and cool, but the knowledge behind it will separate you from everyone else.
I kind of agree with that. I do. I'm kind of taking it back to what Mackenzie said on I don't want to be that norm, the norm of what everyone has in the industry. Of course, you still certain things like SAG, you gotta follow DGA, certain things you have to follow. But if it's not in there, certain things we're taught, and we don't always have to do that. So I'm in kind of that field of, I want to show the new generation, I want to show like us that we can still do it, and we could go about it different ways, pretty much. That's where I'm at.
I got a time it didn't work out.
Please, yeah.
So like there's kind of a rule with shorts, right? Like the shorter the better, and like really 25 minutes is kind of the cutoff for like what is a worthwhile short to make. And for my MFA thesis, I made a 40-minute short film because that's what I wanted to do. And so it was not yet a feature, and it wasn't kind of short enough to program, and it like played around a couple places, but I quickly realized like, there's a box that I probably should have put it in for a reason. But you move on.
I think a big rule that I broke more out of ignorance than anything else. So my first film, it's called Olympia, was a feature. And it was a feature, and I say that because I feel like most filmmakers I know start with a short. right? They start because they're easier to do, they're more accessible, more affordable, etc. But I was coming from a theater background, and there are short plays, but it's not really a thing, you know? There's some short play festivals, but they're just not as big a thing in theater. So I thought, okay, I'm gonna write a story. I'm gonna write a whole story. And so I just sat down and I just like wrote this feature, which to me sounds so crazy now. And the fact that I was able to, get a grant that, we were able to use to make the film very cheaply and with a lot of tears, guys, like just a lot of them. But I love that was the first thing I did, because it was just, when I didn't know better, but not knowing better really ended up serving me. So that's not to say like, hey, go in blind. I think knowledge and education is really useful, but I think what I'm trying to say is that I had a big idea and I just simply went for it. And I really believe in just going for it, even if it is outside of, a standard practice.
Thank you all. And thank you for that question. It's a beautiful question. We have time for one more.
Hi, everyone. Just real quick. I know you were saying about like just go for it and everything like that as far as your film. So I'm in a process of doing a feature film. This will be my first. I've done a lot of shorts, but I want to do a feature film. So what is the process of getting a type of budget, or should I do crowdfunding? Like what are those steps that you have to go to get sort of a budget for a feature film? Because you don't want to, everybody don't want to work for free, you know what I'm saying? Like, so.
Oh man, I can start, but I think there's so many ways. There's so many ways to answer that question, and so many variables, right? Like you might be doing a feature that is in 1 or 2 locations, right? And that's going to be like way more affordable than a movie that is in a bunch of different locations. So I think really having a sense of the scale of the story you're telling is really important. I defer. One of the first people on my team is always a really strong producer who can help me get an understanding of that scale, and then I can go back based on what resources I think might be available to me and usually scale down, but maybe scale up. I'm also, like you said, I believe in paying everybody as much as I can possibly pay them. And I will say for Olympia, for my first project, I got a grant. It was not a large grant, right? And we were not paying people a lot, but we were in our 20s, and we were like really scrappy, and we all were really hungry. And so the nature of our lives and what we were trying to accomplish served the scrappiness of that particular endeavor. We did do some crowdfunding on top of that because we wanted to, there was a few more things in the budget that we wanted to be able to cover. I can talk all about crowdfunding. It is a whole job. But I think I'll let other people answer, because there's so many different variables to consider when making an independent feature. My next one, because I've done a feature and because I've done a short that was successful, I'm looking for a really healthy budget, right? I'm looking, that's gonna be beyond crowdfunding, and we're gonna really need some serious support. But I started in a place that was like incredibly scrappy, and we had to be really creative about how to stretch a dollar.
Yeah, I think there's, I would start out with what do you have access to, right? Because that's going to be something that's a different answer for everyone. Some of us have a rich uncle, some of us do not have any uncles, and so on and so forth. So I would say, write for grants, right? If there are people that are willing to kind of contribute, that's great. Crowdfunding is great. The thing that I think might be more useful advice that I'll throw at you is it's not a good investment monetarily, period, end of story. But that doesn't mean it's worthwhile, or it's not worthwhile, sorry. So what that means is if you go out and be like, hey, random rich guy I met, like, I need $100,000 and you're definitely going to make your money back. Like, that's not going to happen. Like, you know, it's a very, 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 very thin percentage that's going to happen. But, and it sounds like this is kind of where you're at, where it's like, hey, like, it's really important to me that I make a feature, right? And so that could be like, all right, I'm going to crowdfund some of it. That could be like, hey, I'm going to save up X number of dollars and put it into my movie, because investing in yourself is worthwhile. Investing in your career is worthwhile, and that return is what is more likely going to happen. So, you know, I know that doesn't answer the question of where does the money come from, because everyone's got a different answer, and there are, you know, it's never the same. But I would say don't do it on credit cards is the only other thing that I would do.
Find a great line producer.
Yeah, I agree with them. Literally, take it back. You need a great producer. Once you're writing it, you know it's time for you to get that producer once you're done, so that they could let you know whether to scale it back or to scale it up. After that, it goes to like what you said. Start actually seeing what can you get, what can you have within your resources, within your community. And then after that, it's like what they said, crowdfunding. You go out and you seek grants. I don't know if anyone knows, but a lot of these people in this building, the owner of the building was here today, you know, connect, go out to these type of events and actually meet people, connect with people, because you never know. Troy Pryor, he has the XL Film Festival. They give out a grant every year for different short films. And so you're supposed to connect and really go out to these type of events. My first two, well, not even my first two, the last couple projects that I'm doing and the ones that we're doing now, it's like they said, we are putting up our own money. It is majority of our own money, and then we have a couple other investors. And the way that we have those investors is we went to the different film festivals. Even if we weren't actually screening there, we actually still just went so that we could meet the different people, meet the panelists, speak with them. And you know, that's really, there's no real answer for it, but how you're able to get it is how you're able to get it, I feel.
And it's a long game, right? Like a lot, I feel like so much of what I've been able to accomplish, I've been able to accomplish through my relationships. And that's not to say, hey guys, go out and like network, like that's useful. But I really try to think about it in terms of how am I building community? Someone who was really, really helpful, like materially helpful in helping us kind of close our last budget gap for the short, for a real one. I met during the pandemic because he was trying to make a documentary about how artists were surviving and still creating art despite the shutdown. And so, you know, I believe in generosity. You know, I believe that if I'm as generous as I can be with what I have to offer, then it will come back around. And so, you know, I was, you know, part of this project with him, and then we formed a friendship. And he became really interested in he became interested in my poetry and the other work that I do with some musicians, and just really wanted to support our work, and ended up being really materially supportive when it came to a real one. And I wasn't like, I'm gonna make sure this guy gives me money one day. You know, it's just like that. We became a part of one another's community, and he had an opportunity to support in a way that was important to him. So that's all to say, like, your most valuable resources are going to come from the community, like the real genuine community that you build and relationships you form with other people who are trying to do the same thing as you.
Thank you all so much. We're out of time. I would love to have asked you about your film festival experience, and as I have watched a few of your films for festival jury purposes, I did vote for them. And so they were good. You got to vote for what's good. But thank you all so much for being such lovely panelists. It was really beautiful to be able to interrogate and investigate a bit more about your practice. Say hello to the person you're sitting next to. Start to cultivate that community. I'm sure we'll be hanging around after this for a second if you want to speak to any of us. And thank you all so much again for your time. Thank you for being here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.